Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible for new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Bear. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, you might be muted.
I muted myself on my end. Oh, we're off to a good start.
Great, yes. Hey, like I said, it's live. Don't worry, I cannot tell you how many times I've done that on my end.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me on.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, and I can tell that most folks in chat are already familiar with you, plenty of your emotes flying around, but for anyone who might not know you, if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, so hello, my name is Bear, also known as It's Bear VT on all platforms because who's getting the username Bear nowadays? I am a professional character designer turned witch VTuber, and on my channel, we mostly focus on art, but we also play a ton of games and we do lots of yapping. So yeah, it's nice to meet anybody who has never heard of me before.
I'm so excited to have you here tonight, and I know you've been very busy because you are, like you said, a professional artist, but you are also still a student, and that you just started up a new term, and you mentioned on one of your recent streams the number of different programs you're working with this semester. What was the number? It was a lot.
If we're counting like me putting assets in and out of engine, let's list them off. 3D Coat, 3ds Max, ZBrush, Photoshop, Unity. I think that's it. Yeah,
That's still a lot. I think the quote of the stream was, "My brain is full of hotkeys."
yes, my brain is full of hotkeys, and every 3D program has a different set of default hotkeys, and it's just soup in there. I don't even know.
Have you started finding your own preferred set of hotkeys that you customize each program to so you have consistency between them? Or do you just sort of acclimate to each different environment?
I try to acclimate until I understand how the program works, because the thing about working in 3D is like okay, to preface, I'm a 2D artist mainly. I do concept art professionally, but I went to school to learn how to do 3D art as well, because it's very important. So anyway, a lot of 3D programs, if you start at the beginning of the process and you screw up something that you don't even know that you screwed up, it can break something like 80 steps down the line.
True.
So I try to stick to default settings until I really understand the inner workings of like the 3D program, so I can actually properly like troubleshoot stuff.
That makes sense. And I am not an artist. I have not worked with any of the programs that you listed out, but even as someone who's worked with other types of programs, and even just someone who's worked with OBS, that I'm very familiar with the concept of you can accidentally break something that is then 80 steps apart from what you expected, or having to reverse engineer to figure out, okay, what exactly did I just change?
Yeah, and there's also just too many buttons, because like I like, if you don't know what tools are important, it's important to not like unbind something that you forget about later.
Once you get used to something, do you have any preferences on how you might subtly nudge things, that even if you're not necessarily rewriting all of the key bindings or doing anything too crazy to it, do you have a tendency toward a setup that is just generally comfortable for you?
Yeah, I try to be very, this is like outside of I never get to talk about this, but this is like outside
That's why
of
I
like
ask it.
outside of like doing art. I set up my spaces in a way that is like the most efficient for my brain. So like I'll put hotkeys that are the most comfortable positions for my hands. I'll put buttons in programs that I use the most closest to where my like the right side of the screen, or like on the bottom or something, so they're easily accessible. Like my room is set up in a way where like I put things on a very specific place so I don't forget them. If I need to grab something from my desk, I have it in a shelf that I will remember where it is. Like I'm very like, I try to keep everything kind of like organized and like efficient, so I don't waste time like looking through stuff, or looking for something in my room, for example.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things for me, and part of why I ask it, because people who work with so many different types of tools and platforms sort of inevitably find their tendency of what is most comfortable for them. And like you said, you want it to be what is most efficient, and that everyone will generally tend towards what is most efficient for them. But what is most efficient for one person is not necessarily the setup that is most efficient for another. And it's always interesting to hear just how people set things up. And you were saying that you put things toward the right side, and just when you say you're putting things towards where your hand naturally ends up sitting, where does that end up being? That what is the setup?
It definitely depends on the program, because like I have a screen tablet on to my right. I use it as my third monitor. So when you're using a screen, and I also have it vertical, slightly at an angle, but vertical, which is not normal for a lot of people. But I have it like that so I can like use my elbow when I'm like doing line art and painting and stuff to like take some of the strain off my wrist, for example. So I keep things very visible. Usually that I use a lot. One of my chatters and also my like peers, Batagast is a 3D artist. They specialize in character art, so like 3D character models and stuff, and they work in ZBrush pretty often. They sent me their custom UI for ZBrush, and it has saved me so much time. I don't know if you've like ever seen the like default UI of ZBrush. If you can, you should definitely Google it, because it is like Word and button soup with like a bunch of different folders with a million different options and like proprietary names for different functionalities that make no sense unless you actually know how to use the program.
So as you're describing all that, I'm just sort of imagining your setup, and now I'm looking up, I literally just Googled ZBrush UI. Does it look anything like this?
Let's see. Yeah, yes, but worse, actually.
Oh dear.
Hold on.
Because I always find
so,
different UIs fascinating and also terrifying. The OBS, I actually find quite tame. I actually don't think OBS is very complicated. Maybe I'm an outlier in that sense. I've seen some folks who have made OBS terrifying. That if you want to put in bells and whistles on OBS, I know people who have done absolute witchcraft with this thing. But if you want it to be simple, OBS can be simple. But I know there are other programs that just baseline are going to be intimidating.
Well, so yeah, with ZBrush, this is like a custom UI technically, but like, if you see the side panel here, I know that chat can't see this. Basically, there's like a toolbar on the left side, the right side, and then there's a bunch of words. So all of those words are folders, and there's about 8 to 12 different other options in those folders of like tools and sliders and everything else.
Is it all right if I put this image on screen, doing a quick glance around? I'm not
from,
seeing anything sensitive
Google.
on here. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, it's
great.
from Google, so I don't know what this person's circling, but I'm talking about the right side of the screen.
One sec, folks. Let me just get this popped in here.
But I say that I try to be organized with my programs, but like I had the most unorganized file system of all time until this summer. I spent like 6 hours organizing everything on my PC.
Sometimes you just need to do that deep clean overhaul. I remember I'm usually pretty simplistic in that I keep things mildly organized, but like there was an internship one time where I was looking at just the department chair drive. It was a marketing internship, and I saw it and was like, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And I asked the department manager, was like, is it okay if I make part of my internship just cleaning and organizing all of this? Like, I'll get the okays from you on folders, and I'll ask if there's anything, and like you can take a snapshot if you need to put it back, but I feel like this can be better.
Yeah, I have a teacher. He's like 60 something, and he's been in the industry for like ever. And we have online class with him. And I'm sure if we have any college students or like older college students that were like in college during the pandemic, you know that like older teachers are like pretty bad at using Zoom and stuff like that. He's okay at Zoom, but we see his desktop every time we have class. It It is literally like I told him this yesterday actually. I was like, dude, your desktop reminds me of like the old ancient library of like a 10,000-year-old civilization, and you are the one librarian that knows where things are. Like
Yep.
it is like the depths of like humans knowledge in that desktop. It's like it's disgusting how cluttered it is. I don't know how he finds anything on there. And it's a Mac, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, usually if folks have seemingly disorganized desktops and things, that they still somehow know just from muscle memory of, oh yes, it's over here, or I know how to untangle this, even if it's not necessarily quote unquote efficient, but that if anybody who isn't that person looks at the desktop, that it's just a jumble. And
Yeah.
it's a fascinating thing of the human brain of being able to remember these things for the most part. And you know, sometimes you do lose a file. It's like, all right, was it over here? No, okay, fine, just File Explorer. What was the name of the file?
Yeah,
Oh
the thing
no, what did
about
I name that file?
Macs that makes it even worse is I don't know if you've like seen images on a Mac desktop, because like artists are like working with image files a lot. You
Mm,
save reference, you save whatever. They can overlap.
that's right, they can. Because I use Windows for my desktop, but I have a Mac laptop.
Hmm.
But since my needs as a user are pretty simplistic, I don't end up actually having that many icons on the desktop at all.
Yeah, he
Um,
saves like
but
everything to his desktop, and like I
that's the other thing of why my desktops end up pretty clean. I don't understand the need to save anything to my desktop. The only thing that I ever really want
yeah.
to have on my desktop is the top 5 to 10 programs that I use, and even then, I still just use the pull-up start menu or search bar 95% of the time.
Yeah, I tend to do it when I'm in a rush. Like if I need to drag something into something else.
Mm.
Or like I need something right away. I'll put it on my desktop and then eventually move it. But I've slowly kind of gotten out of that habit because like with 3D programs, for example, if you apply a texture, it like looks in the file path. And so if you move the file location after applying the texture to your
Oh, yeah, then
model,
it won't see it anymore.
it breaks and you have to reapply it. So I'm trying to be better about it
Mm.
now because it saves me time later.
Yep. Yeah, I
It's
know
the same with
OBS
OBS,
is like
but
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, just if you move anything or if you rename a folder, it's going to break everything and you need to reattach it. And sometimes it's able
Mhm.
to look and find things easily, and other times it just has no idea what to do.
Yeah, I'm concerned for the like kids who didn't grow up forced to learn tech like computer
Yeah,
literacy, you know?
that's the thing of I feel like people in our age group, this isn't meant as a, oh, kids these days don't know it, but just because we grew up in an era where computers were not as sophisticated
They're not
and that things weren't
appified.
as convenient, frankly,
Yeah, app
that
based.
we were forced to pick up certain habits and knowledge and tendencies that I think make us just a little better equipped to handle things even now that they are
Yeah.
appified. And that's not to say that folks who are growing up now can't do it, but that they aren't going to get that experience quite as naturally as we did.
Yeah, it's a lot less intuitive. Even Sister Bear, who's not that much younger than me, is less literate when it comes to that sort of thing. I mean,
Yep.
I have been doing this for a long time, but also like I learned how to manage files when I was downloading viruses off of Planet Minecraft, trying to install Minecraft mods when I was like, when I was like 10. So I don't think she had that experience. I kind of learned it that way, you know. I learned how to open the app data folder and drag in a texture pack.
You didn't know how to manage files until you were almost a man. I was born in the Dark Ages, molded by it.
Isn't Sister Bear an engineer? No, she is an animal science student.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So for you and art, I guess, what's the origin story? How far back does this go of the first time that you said, I want to be an artist? And it doesn't necessarily have to be the first time you said you wanted to be a character artist, but Was this something that, as far back as elementary school that you really clicked with and you felt that was something you wanted to pursue, or was it later on in middle school, high
Mm.
school that you had that moment of, this is what I really want to do?
Yeah, so I think if we're going all the way back, Mama Bear actually texted me a picture when I was in kindergarten. My teacher had us draw what we wanted to be when we grew up.
Aw.
And I remember this actually. I was like 5. And I remember it was like they gave us like choices. It was like
Mm.
artist, doctor, something. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like they
and that
like
makes
because
sense.
you're a
When
kid,
yeah,
right?
giving a kid just sort of the entire blank slate of what do you want to be is a very big question, and kids aren't necessarily going to think what are the possibilities. So giving that option of pick from this list is a much more manageable question when you're that age.
Yeah, so I remember thinking to myself, I was like, well, the only thing that seems appealing is artist.
Is it bad that that's kind of how I wound up where I wound up? Sheer process of
I
elimination.
Well, I also still feel that way now, to be honest with you. And
Mhm.
I'll get to that. But I remember I did that and Mama Bear sent me the picture of my drawing that I did. And growing up, I wasn't like, I'm not gonna say like, oh, I was one of those kids who could never stop drawing. I wasn't one of those people who like always had a sketchbook. I was always drawing, like we all had a kid in our school who did that, right?
Yeah.
I was kind of like after that, I didn't really even entertain the idea of like wanting to do art like as my career or like anything like that. I enjoyed drawing. I drew Pokemon a lot. I remember I got like a light box for my birthday and I would like print out photos of Pokemon and I would trace the drawings and I was like, damn, I'm so good at this. but and I did that growing up. And then when I was in middle school, I got kind of interested in digital art because I learned about DeviantArt and I had friends who posted on DeviantArt.
Mhm.
Again, wasn't one of those kids who posted a ton on DeviantArt. I think I maybe posted like 6 drawings on there and then I stopped around like probably 2013. I really wasn't active doing that stuff. So I kind of stopped because that was like the end point for digital art for me at that point in my life. I just became frustrated with it because like
Mm.
when you're first learning how to draw, a lot of it, if you want to improve, and I'm going to be like totally candid here, it's painful. It's really frustrating. Like, because when you're a kid, like a teenager, you already have that like really insecure mindset of like, oh, why am I not as good as this person? I feel like I should be better. I suck at this, like whatever. Because I was already like, when I was like a young teenager, I was pretty insecure. I never like let on about it, but it was hard for me. So it was another thing I just didn't want to like think about, because I felt like I wasn't good at it immediately, so it was really hard, right? I'm one of those people who gets frustrated if I'm not good at something immediately,
Yeah.
because I feel like I have to be,
Mhm.
or else I'm failing. Um, and for me at that point, art was that thing that was so frustrating. So I ended up stopping like at that. So like I was like, oh, I'll just take a break. I'll think about like what I want to do because I went to a very like I went to a high school, middle school, high school that was very like career focused, like professionalism. Like they really drove home like professionalism and like presentation skills and
Mm.
project based like grading and whatever. Um, so partially, side note, I think that's part of the reason why I ended up becoming a streamer because like all of it is very natural to me because of like the way that I was like educated, I guess. But so I kind of gave up for a bit. And then I stumbled across this college program called it was CalArts summer animation program for high school students. I was like browsing Tumblr and I like saw stuff and I went down a rabbit hole of like learning about CalArts student thesis films. So like if you weren't familiar with that school, CalArts is like kind of an old, like it's like the school historically, this is not as much anymore. Historically, pretty much every animator that ended up at
It
Disney went to CalArts.
it's kind of the animator Ivy League.
Yes. I wouldn't say so anymore. I won't get into that, but historically and still at that point in time when I was in high school, it was still considered that. It still had that like prestige, I guess.
Mhm.
It still has a prestige now, but I have a very different view of it. And I think it has the prestige not because of the curriculum, but because of the students that work their asses off despite what they're being taught. Anyway,
Mm.
as an aside, um, so I really, really, really wanted to go to this college program. I was like, I want to go to CalArts, like I want to make student films, which I don't know why the fuck I thought I was gonna do that, because I don't even like animation. I don't like animating. I think it's amazing. I love watching animation. I've never enjoyed it. I never did. I don't know why I was so delusional thinking that that was something I wanted to do. Um, so I remember I would work myself up and apply to this thing, and I got rejected from it twice. And it was just like so hard on me. Like I'm so like, when I want something, I will kill myself to get it. Like, and that's like one of my. It's depending on
It's a good
how
thing
you
and
see
a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a character flaw or it's a character plus. You know, it really depends. So, like, I literally taped my rejection letter to the side of my desk, so when I rolled over in bed, I would see it. Like, it was that dramatic. Like, it was a little much. But instead of the CalArts program, I ended up going to a different one, and I don't want to dox it,
Of course,
because I ended up working there later. But so I ended up going to a concept art intensive where I met some of my actually my best friends that I'm still friends with to this day and are on my mod team. I really like, it was a really intense program for high school kids, and I don't think I went back to teach it and we made it less intense.
Are you able to detail what an intensive entails without doxing?
So for this specific thing, it was you basically learn all of the basics of entertainment design in a month. So you learn all the basics of character design, you learn all the basics of prop and vehicle design, and you learn all the basics of environment design and painting. So by the end of the program, you'd have a finalized character, finalized prop, finalized environment, which at my skill level now, that is like nothing. But like to high school kids who don't have experience, like
that's a lot.
Drawing
That's a big deal.
50 sketches for one character. It's a lot of drawing because you don't go through that process of ideation as much, like at all, really.
Yeah.
At least back when I was a teenager, I think kids nowadays have a lot more access to information regarding that, but that's besides the point. And so I remember that was the big turning point for me, because that school, well, I don't know if I want to go into this. Basically getting an A in that class was like impossible. But I remember I also had to stay at my grandparents' house because I didn't live close to the school.
I'm assuming this was a summer program?
Yeah. So I ended up like staying up until like 2 to 4 in the morning every night, sometimes pulling all-nighters. I was like 16 at this point, maybe 15. And yeah, I was 16. And I would go at 8 a.m. and I would go and present my drawings. I would do that. I did that every day for a month.
It's probably a good thing that you and the others lowered the intensity.
We lowered it
I'm sure it was an
somewhat.
incredible learning experience, but at the same time, I don't think it's terribly healthy to have that happen to 16-year-olds.
Well, it's unfortunately what's expected, which is wrong and terrible, but I can get into, you probably understand this, but yeah.
The entertainment industry at large, it really doesn't matter which discipline you're in. The work-life balance is something that is not inherently going to be there for you, and you need to sort of force it for yourself.
Yeah. And I also think that, well, I'll talk about this after, but basically the teachers who I ended up that were teaching it at the time, they're still my friends now.
Hmm.
I mean, obviously they're older than me, but they became professional connections and they've really helped shape my career as well. Even though I don't talk to them very often, they're still very important people in my life. And I owe my, the reason why I got into this is because of them at large. And I ended up getting an A in the class because
Hey.
I was actually skill-wise very behind most of my classmates because I, again, wasn't that kid who was drawing every day up until this point. I didn't think I wanted to go to art school until I turned like 16, 17. Like this intensive was just a way for me to figure out if I even like wanted to do this, right? So that was basically the turning point for me. So in high school, from 17 to 18, so from like junior year to graduation, I worked. I remember I would come home from school, I'd do my homework, and most nights I'd stay up till 2 a.m. like practicing, and I'd look for outside opportunities. Like I lied about my age to get into a figure drawing group.
Sometimes it's like these are the little white lies that we tell that that's not going to hurt anybody, and I understand why that groups usually are going to have age restrictions for just practicality's sake, but sometimes it's like,
because also like there wasn't a lot of resources available to me, so I was like really capitalized. I was trying my best because if you don't know, most art school portfolios require you to submit, I think it's like 10 to 15 figure drawings. And me being 15, 16, 17 with no formal art training, where the hell am I getting the practice, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're an artist, you'll probably understand that like drawing from a photo is very different than drawing from life. And you will improve much quicker if you have a model to draw from. But me being 17, I'm like, where do I go? I'm not allowed, because you have to either take a community college class or go and like find a group who hires a model. So I found a group that hires a model, which was, it's let me specify, fully nude figure drawings as well.
Well, that's how figure drawings, especially in the early learning phase, has to be.
Well, there's that, but also there's costumed as well, which is now I think they ask more for costume because they realize that most people don't have resources. Because back then there even really wasn't a ton of like nude figure drawing like resources online. There was maybe like 1 or 2 sites, and like the lighting wasn't great or like whatever. So I remember I would go every Saturday after doing high school. I'd have my mom drive me. I'd go to like some random place and there'd be like a nude figure drawing session, and I lied about my age to go. And it was full of like older people too. They were all so nice, but like I remember when I like ended up moving away, or like I went for the last time.
Did you actually say, by the by?
Yeah, I was like, actually, I'm 20. So yeah, they found out I lied, but the main thing, honestly, like I had the ability to be professional.
Yeah.
So I didn't think it was a problem. As long as you're respectful, it's fine. So anyway, I did that, and I effectively burnt myself out. But I applied to 3 art schools when I graduated, or when I was, in senior year, after busting my ass, and I got rejected from all of them. And the one that actually hurt the most was not CalArts. It was actually Sheridan. Sheridan is like Canada's version of CalArts,
Mm.
and they actually give you a number score on your portfolio.
Oh no.
So they have different. You have to have a higher score as an international student to get in. So you needed like a 95, I think, to get in as an international student.
Was
and
it a
that
94?
year, you needed like 85 to get in domestically. It was a 93.
It's the close failures that are the most painful.
Well, it's like at that point,
if you're just off and it's like, oh, I got a 60, okay, I just wasn't what they were looking for, or maybe
Yeah.
I misinterpreted something, but like, it's when you're getting to that point, it feels so subjective, and it's like, come on.
At that
Come
point, I
on!
was just like, lower my score artificially so I don't feel so terrible about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was so frustrating at the time. So I got rejected from all the art schools I applied to. And so I decided that I was going to take some time and work on a portfolio. Even then, I still didn't really know what I wanted to do because I was like kind of disillusioned with CalArts. So I decided to set my sights on concept art instead. So I ended up working, and this ended up just me talking about my whole art journey, but
Oh no, I'm enjoying this. Please.
it's kind of dramatic, to be honest. I ended up working. So my parents, I don't want to say that Mom and Papa Bear like weren't supportive, but they were concerned to the point where it was like delusional.
Yeah, I think it is a understandable thing for any parent who has a child with really, going back to the broader, any type of entertainment or artistic-based aspirations of the balance between supportive and limits of practicality. And it sounds like, if your mom was driving you to these model classes, that they were, it certainly seems baseline supportive. But it sounds like, from what you were saying in this journey, that things were hitting a couple of bumps.
Yeah, and I was like, and I felt like, and I still do feel like, I proved to my parents that like I was not like half-assing this. I wasn't lazy. I remember my parents were like, you can't let your grades drop. And I graduated high school with like a 3.9, like a 4.0 or something. Like, it was high. And I got good SAT scores without like studying as well. And I remember distinctly, and I don't want to air out too much, like, but basically I remember my dad was like, I told my dad, like, I want to work on my portfolio. Like, I need to take a gap year because I felt like I was trying to explain to them when I was in high school, like, going to a state school for an art degree is a waste of time. And like, if you want to pursue concept art, or if you want to pursue game industry level stuff, there are a couple state schools that I think are okay, but you don't get the resources that you do at a private art college. And that's not to say that like private art colleges aren't like a scam anyway. But I was trying to explain, like, if I went to, let's say, like San Francisco State University for an art degree, why? Is what I was trying to explain to my parents.
Yeah. That will you learn solid foundational concepts of art?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
You will learn not to the degree that will get you a job in entertainment.
Okay, because
at the best, like, without any outside work. With outside work, you can get a job even without going to school. But if you're going solely based off of the resources and the strength of the curriculum, absolutely not.
Is it?
There's
one
no
thing
way.
that I find interesting is that depending on the discipline, and that obviously I trust your word a million times over my own, and it's interesting for me as someone who isn't an artist to hear that the curriculum and skills taught at a private art school versus random state school X with art program is that vast versus there's some disciplines
The
where
disparity is like a canyon, and I'm not
that's
even exaggerating.
that's legitimately fascinating to me because there's other disciplines where the skills that you are going to learn at generic state school will be 90% of the quality that you would
Yeah.
get at private, prestigious name brand school. But that the big difference and value of going to the specialized school is in the connections, is that the staff there,
Yes.
while they might be, 10% above the staff at state school, that the staff at the private school has these industry connections or that they have more specialized knowledge that goes beyond just the academics of it in a way that the state school can't compete with, and whether it be those or other things that, depending on the discipline and sometimes even just the sub-discipline, there can be circumstances where it's like, actually just go to the state school, that they're going to teach you what they need to do, and then as long as you get good internships, that you can make up for the difference in the connections that the staff at specialized school would have. But then you do also have situations like you're describing where the education is just going to fundamentally be on a different level.
Yeah, so the way that I see this, also as an aside, I don't mean to like talk down on San Francisco State's like art
no
department.
offense
It
to
was just
I
a
need to look up
random
what is their
example.
mascot. What is the San Francisco mascot?
Yeah. So the reason I think this is the case is because specifically art focused in entertainment is a very new discipline. Specifically when it comes to digital painting, 3D modeling, to 3D sculpting, whatever. I think there's a very big difference in the mindset and skills and knowledge of an industry professional who worked during like the Disney Golden Age, for example, than one who is currently working in the industry right now.
Oh, yeah.
If you're working in a discipline like art for entertainment, your professors need to be adjunct. They have to be adjunct or else you are screwed. Because there's a very large subset of, art teachers who, might be skilled enough to work in the industry, but are not currently employed, and they are stuck in academia or have been in academia for 40 years and don't know anything about the current state of the industry and can't give up-to-date advice to their students about that. So like rather than like, at a normal, like a quote unquote a normal like profession where like you want those tenured professors because they're established, they've written papers about like certain things in their field, they've like changed the industry for the better, and they're just teaching to like spread their knowledge or like explain what they've done. You know what I mean? Like they've published papers, like they're established in the field. It's almost you want younger professors as an art student because they know what the industry is like. They know how it's evolving. They know the new software. They know the current industry standard practices in AAA gaming, for example. Like if you're talking to like an animator from like the golden age of Disney, they can't tell you like how, for example, how to optimize a 3D model for Unreal Engine, right? So that's where I think art school is very different. Because you really have to be like deliberate and very like you have to know what you want to do. Because like I said, if you go to a state school like for an art program, 9 times out of 10 you're wasting your money because most of the things that you need to get during art school are connections. Connections and program experience. Because the 3D programs I work in for school would cost me like thousands of dollars if I didn't have a student license. So I would say like, I don't know. It's really hard. I have a lot of people who ask me like, would you recommend I go to art school? And I feel like I can't answer that question in good faith because it really depends on your situation.
Yeah. And do you think
Because
it
I
can
waited.
do you think it can also depend on the discipline? That is there more value in someone going to school if they are interested in, be it background versus character art versus animation? Do you think there is
Um,
a difference depending on that discipline, or do you think that it's
no,
relatively
there's not
consistent?
really. I would say it really depends on the current state of the industry,
Hmm.
as well, because like for example, at the moment, a lot of animators, like, if, for example, if you live in the US and you want to become an animator, there's like almost no in-house work for you anymore. Most animation companies outsource to Korea.
Agencies.
Huh? Sorry.
I was in agencies, and whether they
Uh,
be
kind of.
domestic
It's
or
more
abroad.
like they like for example, back in the day, like most animation was done in-house at Disney. If we're talking Disney animation, right?
Yeah.
Um, for TV. I'm gonna say TV because this is like where it's most prevalent.
Hmm.
Now, what people do is they will have like the art director, the storyboard artist, the concept artist, whatever, in-house, the people who do pre-production, and then they will hire a studio in Canada or Korea most commonly, and then they will animate.
Hmm.
So, it's really difficult to find animation work in the US at this point. But if I said, but if this was 20 years ago, then I would be saying something completely different, right?
Hmm.
So it really depends based off the discipline. Like, if you go to art school, like, I'd say like storyboarding, concept art, painting, drawing, whatever. If you if you're just trying to improve your art skills, you're gonna improve if you do the homework, right?
Yeah.
Like most things really just boil down to fundamentals. But the specialized knowledge is really what matters. Like having strong fundamentals is like the bare minimum, and even that won't get you hired.
Yeah.
You have to show an understanding of your specialized thing
Hmm.
that you want to do. And I don't want to sound discouraging, but like I really just think it's
It's
at this point
tough.
in time,
It's
it's really
absurdly
difficult.
tough. That so I went to school and had a similar but different experience. So I went to school, and the way I honed in on what I was interested in, like I said, was similar to you, of process of elimination of, okay, I know I don't want to go into education, so just
Mhm.
let's cross that off the list. I'm really not interested in engineering. Let's cross that off the list. And things get whittled down, and I realize, okay, business is an area of interest for me, and I hone in on marketing because I have a creative side. I am not artistic, but that marketing is sort of the meeting of creativity with business, that there is no creativity in accounting and finance. That's numbers. There's minimal creativity in managerial and communications and things of that nature, but marketing has an inherent amount of creativity with
Uh,
it.
uh,
Oh,
uh,
uh-oh. Sorry, you broke up for a second there. Oop, Bear? Oh, Discord having issues. Please stand by, folks. In the meantime, thank you so much to your boy Dingus, Mondo VT, and Half-Life
oh,
Scientist for the follows. Really appreciate
hold
that.
on. Can you
Yep.
hear me?
I can hear you now. You were lagging for a moment there, though.
I
Yeah, I see your
I'm
ping is
gonna
spiking.
I- I'm gonna leave the call and oh wait, are we good? Oh, my ping is it's Discord. You're leaving.
Hmm. One sec, folks. One sec, just figuring some out. Do okay, Discord is having issues. That's interesting. I-
Oh,
Oh,
can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think this happened to me the other day. Sorry, chat. It was I think it's a problem on Discord's end with those servers.
Hmm.
That was
If I
weird.
need to, you were typing to me saying to change the server. I don't know if I've ever actually changed server, that is to say, where I'm getting a ping from on Discord. Where do I go for that?
I don't know, but it's fixed itself, so I think we're good.
Okay, well, here's hoping. Please, Discord, please.
Um,
But yeah, so
mm,
like I was saying, honed in on marketing. And I started taking classes, and I got into a state school with a very, very high-ranking business and marketing program. And start going there, start taking classes, and we're going through the different units, and we have the introduction to concepts to marketing. It's like, yeah, this all makes sense. And then we get past the basics and start going into different combinations of industry things and trends and technology. And I'm looking at this book and saying, oh no, all of this is outdated by 5 years or more.
Yeah.
But this book is the most recent version of the book. It was published this year or 1 year ago, and then it hits me like a truck. Marketing education in the digital era is impossible to do from an academic standpoint.
It also, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like art. It's fluid because your consumer base is very, I remember watching something about how like Gen Z is effectively impossible to market to by any like by the book tactics.
Yeah, because it's all changing so fast, and just everything from statistics, and that it was talking about social media, and it was still mentioning gosh, what was it? MySpace. That's what it was. It was still mentioning MySpace, and it was like, oh no, MySpace hasn't been a thing for a time. And it's saying that Twitter is this new platform in 2011, 2012.
Oh,
even it was like,
God.
oh no. And that from there I realized, okay, so gotta get the basics and everything here. But then more detailed things, that's gonna have to come from learning and other things.
Yeah.
And it can certainly vary from school to school, but for whatever reason, my school, they were bringing in amazing companies to do like career workshops, or to have folks in from like accounting. Like they would have the big four accounting firms once a month. They would have folks from different financial groups. They would have all these things. And for whatever reason, marketing did not get much. We just got the short end of the stick in terms of like actual guests and connections coming in. It was like, okay. But also, this was compounded by my own desires, because I knew that I wanted to work in the video game industry or in entertainment to some degree. And that marketing as a whole is going to vary wildly from industry to industry and from company to company.
Yes,
that
absolutely.
if I want to go market shampoo for Johnson & Johnson, that's going to be a very different set of connections and a very different set of skills and tools and tactics that you're going to use, versus if you want to work for a gaming company, versus if you want to work for a car manufacturer. And then it hit me similar to the, oh no, you can't actually academically teach marketing. Oh, you can't really tend toward the marketing students because, you know, they could bring in Honda or something, someone from Honda's marketing department. That's not going to be relevant to anybody who doesn't really want to go into specifically car marketing. And it was, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
It's really frustrating because like I feel like I would say like at this point in time, most careers require you in college to do a lot of outside work to get anywhere.
That internships, I was fortunate enough to get some internships that had those connections, and that similar to how you talk about some of your art professors, of that they become friends and colleagues and mentors, and that they are foundational to your career. I have some folks, and none of them are from any academics. None of them are from where I went to college. They are all from the internships that I had, or people that I got introduced to from those internships, that I can very clearly trace basically everything that I've done professionally to 5 people from just very specific instances. And that regardless of what your discipline or industry is, when you come into contact with people like that, hold on to them. And that just I mean this in a very non-sterile, professional, like, don't hold on to them because, you know, they're your ticket to success, but that when you come into contact with people that are open to being supportive of you, when you find people who are willing to share their knowledge and their time, treat them with respect and realize what you are being offered because
Yeah.
it matters, and that you
Yeah.
don't want to turn things down. Like, if you need to go a little bit out of your way of, like, if they say, hey, I'm doing this event or this thing or this seminar here at this place, and maybe you had plans that night. If it's not like a very important family event, consider shuffling your schedule, because sometimes things like that can be life-changing in a way that you won't know at the moment, but
Absolutely.
that 5-10 years down the line, you will realize, oh, if I didn't go to that seminar that night and that they introduced me to this person after the seminar, I didn't get that internship, and if I don't get that internship, I'm not introduced to XYZ. It
I also
butterflies
think
effect
that
very quickly.
I also think that most people in at least creative adjacent fields, because like you'll see all this like business jargon garbage on LinkedIn about like
God, I hate LinkedIn.
you have to be, you have to make connections, you have to network, blah blah blah. I personally don't see. I apply this to my streaming as career, if you want to call it that, as well. I personally don't network just so I can like, you know, advance in a career way. I try to network in a way with like, so I'm actually interacting with people that I could be friends with outside of, you know, either work or streaming or whatever. Because like, it's why, like, there's so many
Yes.
cool people out there. Like, why would you think about this in a way that is so horrifically transactional?
Yes, that's something, and you even use the phrase in a way that I use it. I don't look to make connections, I look to make friends. And that, are you necessarily going to become close friends with everyone? No, but that...
You can't, because when you're an adult, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but to approach things with the mindset of friendship and not the transactional nature of connections or business of just, hey, a friend invited me to a presentation they're giving, and that's like, I want to attend genuinely because, one, if they're inviting me, that means it means something to them. But two, they're probably also inviting me because they think that I'd enjoy it. But also that I don't geek out about celebrities. I geek out about folks in my line of work whose stuff is cool. Just like, you did that thing, you worked on that project. Oh my gosh. Like, I want to, like, and I suppose this isn't terribly surprising coming from a talk show host, someone who likes asking questions of, I like picking people's brains and learning stuff and seeing cool things and being able to go to things or just, become genuinely friends with people, that it ends up being a much healthier, and honestly, I would dare say that just becoming friends with people ends up with better results than
It's,
quote-unquote connections
more
anyways.
fulfilling
That,
as well.
yeah, that friends like to help friends, not because they owe each other, not because they're looking to get paid back or expecting something in return, but it was like, oh yeah, my buddy got laid off, or oh, I have this buddy who's looking for a thing for this project. I'm gonna introduce them to a thing, or oh, when I'm talking with somebody else that they mentioned they're looking for someone, I'm gonna think of my friend first.
Yeah. There was actually more drama to my art journey. We haven't even hit the surface.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I have some current people that really came out of nowhere and really vouched for me in the last couple of years that have gotten me. I mean, if you're not familiar with me, if you're familiar with me, you've heard me say this a million times. My first like big girl art job, I did character design on Invincible season 2. Not for anything huge. I did background characters, but it was a really great opportunity.
Yeah.
Right? And that was due to somebody I really haven't talked to very much, like just straight up going like, "Oh, I think she'd be a great fit," because we follow each other on Twitter and have memed around. And let me like preface this. I can't like say exactly what she does. She knows I'm a VTuber though, which I think is hilarious. But she's an art director was an art director at a very big company, and like she vouched for me just like randomly, and it totally changed like some opportunities that I was able to like achieve because of that. So,
Mm,
it's really about like finding, or even just like being lucky enough to have somebody to vouch for you in that way. And I think as professionals, or even just as people, like not even in a career sense, I think as you get more experienced, I think it's important to vouch for people who are either younger or less experienced than you in the same way. Because to be honest with you, you literally cannot do anything without people vouching for you in this day and
mhm.
age,
Yeah,
like
it's just
career-wise,
how it is.
especially in early career. Holy shit,
Oh
it's
god, yeah,
impossible.
that the way I got my job is so like I said, I was very fortunate to have not one but two really cool internships with companies of recognizable names.
Mhm.
And senior year rolls around, last semester starts rolling around, and I start applying to places in January for when I'm going to graduate in May. And I'm putting in a lot of effort into these cover letters and all these things. April rolls around, I haven't gotten a response to
Yep.
any. Zero.
Yep.
Not even an interview. I'm pulling a 3.65 GPA at a very respected school with the things that I have that I'm thinking I I have to be losing out to not other recent grads, but like it's just how it is in the industry that you are not competing against other recent grads. You're competing against other recent grads and everyone who's graduated in the last decade.
That, yeah, and if it's the games industry, everybody who got laid off at a senior
Mhm.
position who is now forced to apply for entry-level jobs. Good luck,
Yep.
guys.
And so what I did around May, June, I stopped applying to places. I said, okay, this is clearly not doing anything.
Mhm.
So what I did was I started reaching out to people from the internships and from other experiences I had saying, hey, I'd like to have a chat and just catch up with you. And this is a twofold thing that one, I do genuinely want to catch up with these people, these folks that I've been able to meet and interact with and just to, see what's up on their end and, maybe be able to pick their brain. But also I know what's one of the first things that people are going to ask when you catch up with them in a conversation? Oh, what are you up to right now? Oh, I'm applying for jobs. Oh, I'll keep my ear to the ground for you. That's just how the conversation naturally goes.
Yes.
That's just, you don't need to push it. That's just baseline.
People want to help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, people want to help you.
And
I think that's a
so,
big thing that people need to learn as well, because I'm still learning that, is I have a very hard time accepting help.
yeah. And it's not
And
even necessarily me saying,
yeah.
hey, can you go out and look for me? Or hey, can you make an introduction for me? But it's just, hey, can you keep an ear to the ground for me? Just that little bit of recommendations and being top of mind for folks of, like I said, those other conversations where, oh, another friend of mine is looking for this, that, the other. Oh, I just spoke with someone who is of that discipline. Maybe you two should talk. So I start doing that and talk with one person on a Tuesday, and on Thursday I get a DM from them saying, hey, add this person on Facebook. They're a buddy of mine. They just posted saying they have an opening at their company. I think you'd be pretty good for it. 3 weeks and 3 interviews later, I have a job. I
Yeah,
have not
this is
seen
how it
that
goes.
the person who I had spoken to the person who made that introduction probably a total of 4 times, and I have not seen them in person since before that conversation. It's been a decade. I tell
Oh my
myself that I
God.
owe them a drink for every year that I have had the job since we've last seen each other. I'm about to owe this man 10 drinks whenever I see him again, or
That's so
more, and I'm gonna
funny.
do it. But that's
Night on the
it,
town, baby. Get
and,
wasted.
and I would do it again. And yes, that was a very fortunate set of events that that wasn't the first person I called, that I had been having, 1, 2 dozen of these conversations with folks. And there are plenty of folks that I didn't hear from. But you only need the one yes.
Yep.
And that worst case scenario, all right, I call 2 dozen folks and catch up with them and nobody gives me another call back. But at the very least, I've caught up with these people anyways. And that's cool. And now I know what they're up to. And they were fun conversations anyways. Okay, I didn't waste my time. And I don't see many worse, certainly for, the the whole conversation that I was having with them wasn't, oh, I'm looking for a job, this, that, the other, do you have advice? It was a footnote. It happens usually in the first couple minutes, but then you just talk. Just talk and have a good time. And that is what I tell a lot of folks of, especially if you're trying to get into entertainment, don't bother with applications.
It
It's
sucks
just a
because
waste
I
of
feel
time.
like, and I know that like nobody actually perceives me this way. I feel like I'm schmoozing a little bit, but I like actually am not. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
if you're schmoozing, then we're all schmoozing.
yeah, it's like I feel icky about it, but then I realize that like it's just normal human interaction. Like I think it's fine to have a bit of a small or ulterior motive if you're actually genuine and wanting to make a connection with somebody that way.
But at the same time, for any of those people I was talking with, that if I had heard something of relevance from one of the other people I was talking with, I would have absolutely name dropped it and been like, oh, I was just talking with such and such the other day, and they mentioned me that they're between projects right now. Want me to introduce you?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Making introductions that makes you look good. Obviously, you should be judicious with your introductions, because if you make a bad introduction, that will reflect poorly on you. So exercise your judgment. But if there's someone that you do trust and you're like, oh man, this person's a wizard, they're so good at what they do, and you hear somebody else looking for something, be that person to make that connection. And that then both the person who you recommended and the person you made the recommendation to are gonna be like, oh man, Bear introduced me to that awesome scene designer. Oh gosh, gotta keep her in mind if anything ever comes up.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a lot. I hate to say this, like, at least in the art side, like, nobody really cares if you have a degree. As long as your portfolio is, like, workable and you're good to work with, you'll get hired.
Yeah. And that's a lot of things. Just if you can do the work and are professional, people will work with you.
Like, you will get, like, if somebody has, like, a god portfolio, but they're horrible to work with, they'll choose you over them.
Yeah.
And that's how it is.
And it's not even nepotism. It's just comfort and trust that if I have a stack of 50 resumes from people who I've never interacted with beyond a Zoom call interview, or this person that a close friend of mine says they're very professional and vouch for, and that this person's resume is anywhere in the ballpark of the folks on that stack of 50 resumes, I'm gonna trust my buddy. That's just, that makes me feel more confident as a hiring manager.
Absolutely, yeah. But circling back to art journey, after graduating high school, I was working on my portfolio, and my parents were like, you have to work a minimum of, I think it was like 30 hours a week at some minimum wage job if you're gonna work on your portfolio.
But then that 30 hours is eating into the time that you can work on your portfolio.
Right. So, and my parents, you know, obviously, like, you know, living at home with my parents, like, I'm not paying bills. Like, I kind of get it, but like, they're not having me pay rent or anything. And I was trying to explain to them that I'd be out faster.
Yeah.
If I wasn't spending that time. But, you know, obviously, I'm very fortunate that I even was able to do that. Right. But so I was taking some classes with, like some outside classes. It was like a portfolio prep school. But I have to commute like an hour each way. And I was working, and I was doing homework and trying to get portfolio quality work for art school, because my main goal at this point was to get a very hefty amount of scholarship. I'm very candid about the financial situation I am in with art school. My grandparents had a lot of money. They gave each of their grandkids a lot of money to go to college. I would not even consider going to art school if they didn't give me that money. It's still not enough, which is crazy. It is crazy how expensive art schools are. And it's also insane how expensive living expenses are. If I didn't have to pay rent to go to school, I would have had my entire tuition covered for 4 years, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to run out of money in the next year or so, and I haven't graduated yet. So it's like the cost is ridiculous, basically. But that's not to complain because I'm very fortunate that I even had that option to like even get me started. So I was like, okay, I need to get like basically the maximum amount of scholarship because I don't
Mm.
qualify for government aid because my parents' income screws me over on that part,
Yep.
and they don't help me pay for school.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, I'm gonna work my ass off and I'm gonna get a scholarship. I worked so much for that year, I injured myself. I
Oh,
could not.
Viseren says throwback to
Yep.
the stress injury. That's
Yep.
what that was about. By the way,
Yep.
Viseren, thanks for the follow.
Ren is actually one of the friends I made in the intensive, and we are best
Oh,
friends. Yes. He has followed me through my cringe endeavors, and I have followed me through his less cringe endeavors. Um, so I could not pick up or hold a pen for 7 months.
oh, it was
That's
that's the.
yes.
Oh no, it's not just a stress injury of okay, I am hurting. It is a stress injury of the exact part of your body that is vital to your line of work.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yes. So I was forced to not draw for that amount of time.
So
And that
what do you do for
was
7 months then?
right. And it also was compounded by the fact that I was using my hands at my part-time job as well.
Yeah, hands are
So that
important. Hands are
exacerbated it.
you never realize how much you use a part of your body until you can't use it anymore.
Yes. So I kind of was like, to be honest, I don't remember what I was doing. I remember playing a lot of Pokemon Go because that was like the only game I could play without hurting my hand. But I was, to be candid, that was probably the most depressed I've ever been in my whole life. It was
I mean,
horrible.
to be fair, that is a very understandable circumstance to be depressed in.
Yeah, it really affected me and it really made me step back and think about like, what am I doing? Because in high school, I remember I was like really reflecting at that point in my life and I was like, I didn't really let myself be a teenager. I didn't do like, obviously I was like not super interested in this stuff, but like I didn't really hang out with my friends as much as I should have. I didn't really like go out and be social and like make those memories because I kind of just hold myself up in my room.
Mm.
And so that was hard because it's like I don't regret the time I spent learning, but like it's just a harsh reality of like, hey, if you want to like get good enough to get a job before you turn 30, you have to like sacrifice something, right?
Yeah.
And that was what I sacrificed.
Mm.
So that was really hard. But after I ended up recovering due to a mix of physical therapy and also weightlifting, so strengthening my arm and stuff. And so I ended up purchasing a screen tablet to, help with my like shifting my like focus to my elbow rather than drawing with my wrist, all that stuff. I ended up working on my portfolio, and then the pandemic hit. And so I made a decision where I was like, yes, I could apply right now, but also why would I pay at the bare minimum 30K a year to go to school online when I need to be in person and see the figure drawing model because it's my foundation
Yeah.
year.
There are some areas of study that you can just take online and it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
I could take concepts of marketing online. I could take an accounting class online. It doesn't matter. Art in particular, especially if it is model art, that's one of those of
Foundation year,
yeah, that just
traditional painting,
nope.
sculpting,
Yeah,
you
it
have to be in person.
actually has to be in person.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm not going to be stupid. I don't want to waste my money. I'm going to wait.
Yeah.
And then it ended up being a year and a bit, which is frustrating. But during that time, I ended up landing my first job before I went to college. I was a character design lead on an indie game. I can't tell you what game it is because it would dox me. It's not currently released yet. It's on hiatus because there's only one developer and he hired me. But it's very cool. And then I ended up being invited to be a TA for the intensive, along with Ren, actually. And I did that over the pandemic while also taking those portfolio prep classes online. So I was getting good experience in. It was definitely good, and I ended up, getting a pretty okay sized Twitter following back when that was actually useful for professional development. So it was going okay, and then I ended up getting accepted to the school. Okay. I ended up making a decision that I wanted to basically force myself to learn 3D because I knew that I would not have the same discipline with 3D as 2D at this point in time because I felt like it would be a really great way to make myself even more secure as an artist because it's not a very secure thing. So I ended up switching my focus and I applied to the school that I currently go to, and I ended up getting the maximum amount of merit scholarship.
We got there, folks.
Yeah,
we got there.
It wasn't a full ride, it's a half ride, but considering I got no government aid until this year, it's a lot of money. It was like 15K.
Yeah,
and still is 15K a year. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So that was effectively what helped me make my decision was that. So I think I made the right decision, but it was hard to get there. And even then, I still I'm not one of those people who's like, I'm gonna make my own game studio. I have my own IP. Like I have all these OCs. Like I'm just happy to work on a cool project. Like I'm not I don't have big dreams. I have more of my big dreams are streaming related. I'm kind of just content being given an assignment and having a good time, I find it very fun, and I just I think I made the right choice, and I think at this point my mindset is a lot better. I'm still very much a perfectionist, and I work myself way too much. But I think I don't regret anything. I just wish the industry wasn't as horrible as this right now.
Yeah,
Because it definitely was better when I started school because I was freelancing until last year. Because I freelanced all the way through freshman and sophomore year. So 2 years, which was way too much work. But now I can't find freelance, so I just stream instead to, supplement, to pay for groceries, stuff like that. And also have a good time.
And tax deductions.
Yes.
Remember, folks, if you use it on your stream, it is a tax deduction.
Yes.
And you can't write off your computer unless its primary use is for streaming. But, well, for you, it doesn't matter in terms of art equipment and tablets and such because you're already going to legitimately use that for professional purposes. So that always gets written off. But
yep, I did just get a new PC to the Donathon, so I think I could probably write this off. Because its primary use is art and also streaming, so.
Yeah, and that, in a sense, your art that you make for your model for streaming, that all can still go into your portfolio.
Yep.
That is still all professional work. So I think that would go, yeah.
Yeah, so that was kind of how I got here. I ended up starting streaming in 2021, late 2021, during the pandemic. Because I didn't go out until I was vaccinated, actually, because Mama Bear has a heart condition and I was still living at home. So I ended up trying out art streaming as a face cam streamer, and I kind of just didn't stop, and I ended up falling into the VTuber rabbit hole, and I rebranded, and here we are.
Ta-da! Yeah, it's, I started VTuber Talk at the beginning of 2021, and that was because 4 years ago yesterday, Hololive EN debuted, and down the rabbit hole I go. And for similar reasons I was very, very, very fortunate that I was able to keep my job throughout the pandemic. That fortunately, my line of work was one that was able to go virtual, go remote very easily, very simply. But that, I wasn't going out on weekends. I had a lot of free time, much more free time than I knew what to do with. And I knew I didn't want to be a full-time streamer because, fortunately, I still have a full-time job. But I need to do something to get out creative energy, and also I miss going to events and conventions and stuff.
Mhm.
and the result's a talk show. And there we go. And goodness knows, especially during that first year or so from 2021 to 22, that whenever the conversation or question of, people's origins in VTubing come up, that, ooh, a good 70% of the time it's, well, I was inside, or slash, we are still inside at this point in 2021. And,
Mhm.
well, I had too much time on my hands, so I decided to start streaming. There's a good chunk of folks that said I got my government stimulus check and spent it on a model, which I fully maintain is exactly what the government wanted you to do. They wanted you to get the money to spend the money to stimulate the economy, and they did just that. And
Yep.
that, I suppose I am very happy that the the amount of times I hear that specific origin story has gone down because, obviously COVID is still a very real thing, but
Yeah.
that we are not quite in the situation that we were in 2020 and
No.
2021.
I also I didn't become a VTuber. Well, I didn't become a PNG tuber until it was late 2022. So I was very late to the party,
Mm,
actually.
so weird that
I
that's considered late. Because five,
Yeah,
10
I
years from
kind of
now,
feel like mm,
5, 10 years from now, that's still going to be considered the early days. That everybody thinks, oh, VTubing's been around for ages. Nah,
no.
no,
Well, it's been around since 2017 technically, but
but it wasn't
not
publicly
really.
accessible until 2019, really.
No, yeah. So, yeah, for me, I feel like I'm a bit late just because I ended up debuting this model this year. I went the route of PNG, Chibi, this model. And I do think that and I don't want this to sound like vitriolic or anything. I do think that you get treated with a different amount of like seriousness depending on what you use to VTube. You know what I mean? Like people say like yes, you can develop a community as a PNG tuber, but other people in the community I think very much see you as like, "Oh, I don't know if they're committed to this."
Oh,
You know.
Vanille, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, folks.
Hi Raiders. Hello.
Hey, welcome on in,
Hello.
Nil Malcor. Good to see you all. I'm Jay. This is VTuber Talk. I'm talking with Bear.
Hi.
For the folks who are just arriving, if you could just very quickly once again reintroduce yourself.
Yes. Hello, I'm Bear. I am a professional character designer turned witch VTuber, and we're generally just chatting about everything. We just had a very long
Mhm.
conversation about art school. Um, I think Melkor and Vanille were talking about Halo. I saw on Twitter, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, I hope you had a good stream. Please, if you need to go eat, rest, take care of yourself, please do so. I really appreciate you raiding on in. And raiders, do be sure to hydrate and take care of yourselves as well.
Mm-hmm.
But welcome on in. Yeah, happy to have you.
Hello. Um, I was saying like and this is like obviously like again not vitriolic. I just noticed the very different treatment I got as I moved through my models. I was treated very differently as a PNG tuber and a Chibi VTuber compared to now, I would say, by viewers and by other community members. And on the community standpoint and the viewer standpoint, I do get it because like I
You're
feel
able
like
to show
people,
more emotion with a full and proper
yes,
model versus a PNG. Plain and simple.
emotion and also commitment to the craft as well.
Yeah, that it, while you can still be an incredible entertainer and still 100% quote unquote legitimate as a VTuber, as a PNG tuber, no question, that the, I suppose, concept of, you use the term seriousness of just investment of, okay, if someone is going to invest, whether it be their own time or money into a model, that
Mm,
it can be a small unspoken factor of just
yes,
the amount of
absolutely.
effort that well, not even necessarily effort, but
I feel
the
like it's an
amount of,
emotional
yeah,
investment
yeah.
kind of thing on the viewer's end too, because like
Mm,
as it stands, like the current VTuber culture is heavily based off of idol culture, at least on like the female VTubing side of things. And I think if you're gonna Oshi somebody, you want to know that they're gonna be around for a while, at least,
yeah.
you know. And I think like if you spend like thousands of dollars on a model, you're kind of
You're
crazy if you do that and then you graduate.
Yeah,
You know what I
you're a bit
mean?
more, to borrow a poker term, you're a bit more pot committed.
Yeah, you're like, it's sunk cost fallacy, I guess, when it
Yeah,
comes to that sort of thing. Like, and it's, I get it because I find myself feeling that way sometimes.
yeah,
But
and certainly that I always encourage folks, if you're just starting, don't go full model. Don't
absolutely, and
don't
that's
go full
exactly
sunk
why I
cost
did
fallacy.
that.
That do PNG, do uh, basic models, chibi models, something that is not going to be as intensive of a cost, whether that be of your own time or money, just because, it's fortunately pretty common knowledge nowadays of just you don't want to have that situation where
No.
throw $5,000 or something down for a really high-end model, and then
Hmm.
3 months in realize, oh, I just don't like this. I don't enjoy
Yep.
this.
Yep. This model was funded from my first job, working on an indie game. So I like to think that it's kind of like, I mean, technically, getting the model this high quality, it's like buying a car. It's
It can be,
crazy.
yeah. It is.
Yeah.
And yeah, seeing models like that, eh, I love my model. And actually, my model artist is in chat right now. Hello, Captain Crabs. Welcome on
Oh,
in. Hope you're doing
hello.
well. That I knew I wanted this style of model.
Hmm.
And Crabs' prices are frankly very reasonable, and he was great to work with. Um, but I know that for models similar to yours, that they are just much more complex and have
Yes.
uh, much greater costs involved. That for
Yes.
what I wanted stylistically and personally, my model right now is exactly what I wanted it to be. That I didn't. I always mistake your hair loopies as second ears, or I think that those are the ears when you have the hat on,
Yeah.
and then when you take the hat off, I'm like, wait, does
I
she have two sets of ears? Oh no, the hair loops weren't the ears to begin with.
Yeah, I have, yeah. So that was like the main design thing. But anyway, I wanted to say that like the I try to like debunk this a lot of the time because I feel like the general populace of VTuber fans, I don't think they understand how much these like big indies are paying for these models.
Yeah,
They, my model, to put it in perspective, it was 4K, all things considered. Design, art, rig. That's expensive. That's really expensive. And I'm a small VTuber, and I'd say for most people, that is not feasible. I literally only did that because I had stable contract work at the time.
hmm
Now, if I was doing that, there's no way in hell I would have paid this much money. But if you look at the models that get debuted super often from like the larger side of like the VTuber community,
they're five
dude, those
figures.
models, yeah, at minimum. And they should be because they're really complicated and really specialized. But people, you can't expect to have a model that good or
Yeah,
complicated when
and you
you're starting
certainly
out.
don't need that level uh,
No,
to be taken
I
seriously. That
I'm kind of the opinion a lot of the like, especially current rigging trends are very like one and done sort of thing. Like I kind of feel like they're not very applicable for like most everyday streaming use anyway. Like the walk toggles, for example, they're really cool, but like
they're neat for
you don't
showcases.
need
Nope,
to spend
I can't remember the last time I saw somebody use a walk toggle outside of a
ever.
debut stream.
Yep, nobody uses them. It's a waste of money, in my opinion. It's
It-
incredible, and I'm
it's cool
glad
from
that
an
these.
academic standpoint. Like I find it
Yeah.
fascinating that from just the sheer technical and artistic approach, it's really neat that we're able to do that. I don't know
Hmm.
if it's necessarily something practical, at least at this point.
Yeah. I also get asked a lot, "Oh, Bear, you're a professional character designer and like a professional like character artist, like whatever. Why didn't you make your own model art?" I am a firm believer, especially if I am so spread thin already with like school and my own commissions and my own focus. I am a firm believer of paying other artists that I think are better at something than I am to do the work for me. I would not have been able to make a model this high quality myself. And I wanted a high quality model. I did the first iteration of this design, and then my mama added to it and changed some things, and we ended up going with this. So
Mhm.
I had a say in the character design process, but people are always like, oh, like, why didn't you do it yourself? It takes so much time. It takes so long.
Yeah, the people who are able to do rigging, that's just, I've seen the UI. We were talking about UI earlier, and
Mhm.
the UI for, I'm blanking on the name of the program that you use for
Live2D.
Live2D. Yeah, it just, Live2D UI is scary.
Yeah, it's I just like for me, like I would love to learn how to make model art. I just don't have the space in my brain right now. Like
Too many
I'm
other
trying to
hotkeys.
yeah, that and I'm also trying to switch career focus to character like 3D character art as well. And that's already a whole other discipline I'm learning on top of trying to be professional in like other areas of work too. Because to get hired, you have to be a professional like everything. I would like to have health insurance and most 3D positions have benefits. So I'm shifting my priorities that way. So, you know, VTuber stuff is like really important to me, but like at the end of the day, I have to really focus on career stuff first, unfortunately. I wish I could be a full-time anime girl. But
So is the pivot to 3D mostly a sort of a market industry? I don't necessarily want to say necessity, but is it in consideration of market and job opportunities?
yes,
Or I guess,
absolutely.
is there any, have you been able to find any, I suppose, additional enjoyment or fascination with 3D as you've sort of taken that up as realizing, okay, this is probably the path of least resistance for
Yeah.
stable, gainful employment? Hopefully, that pivot has also come with some amount of joy and not just, oh man, I wish I was doing 2D.
Yeah, I mean, I used to like be really frustrated by it. 3D is really hard, especially like at a professional level to learn properly. There's so many things you have to know. I think at this point it's gotten to where I know enough about how to do it where it's actually enjoyable. I'd even say the like the serotonin that I get when I see that I've made a finished 3D asset is higher than a finished 2D piece. Um, so, but a lot of it does have to do with stability and the way that the industry is heading right now. It's a lot easier to hire a concept artist on contract than it is to have a in-house 3D artist that also has the capability to concept and model their and texture their own assets like through the whole process rather than hire like a bunch of different people to do that.
Mm.
So, because like for example, I think a good example of this is actually World of Warcraft. A lot of their 3D artists actually do concept as well, and then they'll like model it and paint it as well.
Yeah, that
So
you
I'm
have the
looking
entire
to
pipeline is taken
Mhm.
care of by a single person. It's not you have a concept artist that then passes it off to
Yes.
a
I mean, and they have
color.
concept artists, but like it's I think at this point, like it sucks that I have to do two jobs, but like I would like to have insurance. So that's where it's going for me.
Yep.
I also do enjoy texture painting, so it's a logical addition to my portfolio as well. Um,
And it
so
certainly, I would guess that this is still very related and that your pre-existing knowledge of 2D work is naturally going to give you a very solid foundation because you still need to have 2D to some extent before you get to 3D. So,
yes, and also 3D learning how to model actually really improves your drawing as well.
because you're actually
Especially
seeing
since
things from multiple angles.
yes, and you understand how things connect to each other. I'm taking a 3D anatomy class right now, like a digital sculpture class. It is so hard, but I'm learning a lot. Like you're sculpting the human body in ZBrush, like completely anatomically correct. So like down to like tendons and muscle groups and stuff.
Mm.
Yeah, it's really cool. I enjoy it a lot. I don't want to make it sound like I hate it, but like it is it's very frustrating that I feel like I have to do this. But it's also I'd like to take advantage of my school while I'm still there, and it's not too late for me to make that pivot because I literally got industry work before I went to college. So I know that my 2D skills are good enough to at least be hired at a junior position for that. I wouldn't say maybe in AAA quite yet, but um it's not going to do me any harm, that's for sure.
Yeah. And certainly being able to graduate with the portfolio and the proper resume that you have is hopefully, like we mentioned earlier, you're not going to be just competing against people who are graduating this year or at the same time, but many, many, many others. But having that first job is always such a game changer. The difference
Yeah.
between 0 and 1 published works on your resume is just monumental.
Yeah. By the time I graduate, I'll have at least 3.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely the more the better.
Mm-hmm.
You actually
Yeah.
mentioned that the dream job of yours is to do work for Blizzard, is to do work for World of Warcraft, that you played a lot growing up, and that you mentioned earlier that how they sort of do their art pipeline. Is there a particular World of Warcraft or overall Blizzard design that you look at and say, that's just incredible? Is there any that, as an artist or just as a fan, that particularly fascinates you?
I don't know about specifically. I just think that people like I freaking adore like the attention to detail in painting in like the 3D models of WoW, especially the modern ones. They're so good. I actually think some of Blizzard's best character designs are not from games that I want to work on. I think actually Lilith from Diablo is one of their best character designs.
What about
I love that,
Lilith
like,
stands out to you?
the curtain of skin in that cinematic trailer.
Ooh,
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like
it's been a while, but like now I'm looking it up because like in the back of my mind.
And for me personally, like also just Overwatch as a whole, I don't know if I fully like the amount of stereotypes that they rely on specifically for like their base what they base it off of. However, I do think, like, for me personally, one of my strengths and things that I try to improve on at the most for a designer is clarity. I love designing stuff that people see it and they're like, "Oh, I get it. Like, I get what you were doing. Like, I understand what this is." You know? Like, I get like that you're referencing this thing. Like, for example, in my texture painting class right now, I did like a quick concept. I designed like a tea set based off of like flowers. Like, I'm trying to make it all flower shaped, like, for example, like sort of stuff like that. So like with Overwatch, I think for me, one of the most successful things that they've done is, you could say that their character designs, like if you look at it as a whole, they're pretty complicated. Like, you see there's a lot of detail, but it's all very intentional. And I try very hard in my professional work to design characters that if you look at them, you know exactly what they are.
Yeah.
And in a game like Overwatch, you need to be able to say across the map, that's Tracer, right? For example. That's what I think is really cool about those designs. And so I'm kind of like, I don't really want to say like there's a specific one, but I like their thought process, I guess. But if we're going off of just like off the top of my head, I would probably say Deathwing because I think he's cool.
Everybody likes dragons.
I think he's just really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I could talk at length about like what I like about character design, but it's not always the most interesting thing. But I like the psychology aspect of it,
I guess
what we associate shapes with.
Keep in mind, Bear, this is a talk show. I do want you to talk, and trust me, I enjoy the nerdy nitty-gritty things that I am very, very, very fortunate to. This is episode 159. And there are certain conversations that I get to have with a lot of people, and there are certain conversations that I really only get to have with one guest or maybe two. And character design is something that is very, very... unique isn't necessarily the right word, but it is very rare. I don't know if I've ever had someone whose specialty and experience was character design to the degree that yours is. So please do not hesitate to get into the nitty-gritty. These are the conversations that I, as a host, look forward to.
All right.
No offense, chat. If you find this boring, sorry.
Okay, before we do this, because if we're gonna have this conversation, I'm gonna go on a tangent about TF2.
Ooh, please.
But I need to go feed the dog.
Yes.
So give me like 2 seconds. Chat, if you don't follow me on Twitter, I have been given the responsibility of taking care of my roommate's dog because I had to take him to the emergency vet last night because my roommate's out of town. He has kennel cough, and I have to make sure he takes his medication and also eats. So I need to make him eat, and then if we end up talking until like 9:15, I have to give him his pill. So I will be right
yes,
back.
Please go take care of Doggo. And
all right, 1 second.
I did give Bear a shout out for here on Twitch, but if you want to keep up with her on Twitter, there you go. And again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Vanille, thank you again for the raid. Crade Cambion, thank you for the follow. And Say, I don't know if I thanked you for the follow earlier, but thank you very much. Hopefully you all are enjoying so far. Like I said, for me as a host, I'm so fortunate to have had so many incredible people on this show that Vtuber Talk does not exist without the guests, plain and simple. I painted myself into a corner here. It is only through the generosity of the many people that have been on the show that I am able to have the show at all. And for me as a host, like I said, being able to have these nitty-gritty conversations that, surprise, surprise, the talk show host likes talking to people and learning things and hearing stories and such. And I know that the types of things I'm going to be able to get Bear to talk about in the nitty-gritty of character design are conversations I simply do not have the option of having, questions I simply do not have the option of asking with 99% of other guests. So I'm going to be selfish and take advantage of it while I can, and I think that it's going to be much more entertaining than Bear gives it credit for. And even if not, sorry, I'm going to be entertained anyways, and I hope you all are too. But hopefully you all are having a very good Friday so far. That, my week's been very delightfully uneventful, but busy in its own way, and I know Bear has been buried under homework, and I am so thankful that she was able to take some time out on top of taking care of the dog, and she was mentioning she hasn't gotten much sleep lately, so big thanks to Bear. Be sure to follow her on Twitch and Twitter and other places if you aren't already for some reason. But, and thank you to all of you who are tuning in live, or if you're watching on YouTube after the fact. Hi, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. I do pay attention to things that are in the chat. If I see a question that I think is particularly appropriate or timely, that I will sometimes incorporate it. But as a host, I will generally let the guest just yap, and that I will sort of add in different questions or tangents as we go. But if you have a question, don't hesitate to ask, but also don't necessarily expect that I will ask it. And if I don't, it's nothing personal. I just try to go with the flow. I, as a host, let my guests take me on whatever journey they want to take me on. So, yes. But for me, I've talked a bit about how I wound up here and the different things that have led to career success, quote unquote, that everyone's path ends up different, especially in entertainment. There are very few paths that I have heard of in entertainment that are quote unquote conventional or expected or normal. If you are someone who goes to a school and then graduates and then applies to a job and gets a normal job from your application out of school, you're an outlier. And there's probably some circumstance of the job or your experience, and that's great. But in entertainment, you have to be creative and you have to be proactive in order to get opportunities. Because while there are many wonderful people out there who will be willing to do introductions or recommendations, you need to also do that little bit to make sure that you're top of mind, or to go out of your way to find those opportunities. Sometimes they will find you. Sometimes you will stumble into something and it's just crazy lucky, but the concept of making your own luck in entertainment, whether it be art or games or something else, is very, very real. And I think Bear and I are two examples of that, and that I don't think that we are outliers in that we had to have unorthodox, unexpected, or generally different ways to get to where we got.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
back.
Dog doing all right?
Yes, he is currently on a hunger strike because
Oh,
I am
no.
not currently sitting with him because he's a big baby and he's laying outside my door making me feel bad.
If you, it is totally all right with me if the dog is in your room and if they make a noise every now and
No,
then.
he's
I
so
have had
slobbery.
plenty.
He can't be in here.
Oh, okay, yeah. If it's
Yeah.
if it's a slobber thing, that's different. But
He's
I've definitely
generally
had.
not allowed in here because he likes to steal my socks.
Oh,
And he's generally just big and slobbery, and he loves to slime you. He will walk by you like a cat and rub his face on you, and you will have a trail of slime
oh no.
on your leg. Yeah.
So glad
So-
they're doing all right.
Yeah, other than, his coughing, he's okay, so I'm not really concerned about him.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's yucky, man.
So how exactly do you want to approach this one, Bear?
Well-
do you want to start from like from I guess a particular character and go into things from there, or general?
I think something that I like to talk about a lot is I feel like something that the general online conversation about character design tends to miss is intent and what, I guess just intent in general. Because for me as a designer, I personally realistic character design is not exactly in my wheelhouse. You wouldn't really have me working on Call of Duty, for example. That's not really my thing. But personally, what I value in character designs is narrative, personality, and shape and theming. Are we gonna have that? No. It's not gonna be anything like that. Concord, I don't even think Concord's designs are particularly bad. I just think the art style that they're in doesn't fit them, in my opinion. They just look like they had too many hands on them in my eyes. They got it's like they were put in a rock tumbler. Too many hands touched them and they came out way too smooth, if that makes sense.
8 years of a development process is probably related to that.
Yep, that's exactly why I akined it to a rock tumbler. It's kind of the same thing. Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like to be very I don't like to say any design is bad until I've actually seen the media or played the media or had some time with it,
Yeah. Because only through actually engaging with it, however it is supposed to be engaged with, will let you know or have some indication of what the intent is.
Absolutely. And for me personally, what I find really fun is figuring out how to incorporate theming, personality, narrative, and also gameplay elements into a character design that I find so fun.
Yeah.
It's like a puzzle. It's so interesting.
Yeah, and that for game development in particular, that's an aspect of intent and design that you don't necessarily have to envision with other types of character design. That, to an extent,
it's an added thing.
That you might have something of, if you're designing for animation or other things, you'll want design obviously relative to what's going to be animated, but the sheer difference of it being user input gameplay is just, even as someone who isn't an artist, I know that is going to inherently change the approach.
That, and also if a player can actually empathize with the character as well. Yeah, it's a lot of different balancing things, and there's a lot of really smart decisions that happen that I think a lot of people don't see. I find this might be a little controversial, but I get very frustrated with the narrative of this character is unattractive to me, therefore this design is bad sort of thing is very hard for me to listen to, because I think that games like The Last of Us have incredible character designs, even though they're not the most complicated, or they're not supposed to be big titty anime woman. I think they are so incredible in their narrative, right?
I haven't even played The Last of Us. I don't care for zombie games. That's just my general style and taste. But I know the intent of those characters, of that story, of that world. It is a post-apocalyptic zombie thing, and the whole, just by virtue of its genre,
Yeah.
basic humanity and just the idea of being human, the idea of being the Last of Us is what is going to be the important part of the game design.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be looking for big titty anime women. You're going to be looking for people. Just
Yeah.
people.
And also characters who can like actually survive, like Abby, for example. Like she looks like she could survive in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
And I'm not like one of those people where that's like, oh, this character would never be able to do this. Why do they look like that? Sort of thing. I love, like, what I personally enjoy is just like pushing things as far as you can get without people like being like, doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know if anybody in chat's ever played the Spyro remakes, but the dragon, like the updated dragon teacher designs, I love them so much. They're so incredible. Those and the TF2, the age-old TF2 thing where like they basically are like the blueprint for like readable character design in games. I just love like really smart choices with shape, like the dragon's tail is a paintbrush, or like stuff like that. Like, for example, in my VTuber design, my color palette is primary colors because I'm an art witch, like, for example, right? So Spyro's a good example how to sorry.
It never even...
I was just reading chat. You never noticed?
I never even noticed that it was
Yep.
primary colors. My mind is blown right now.
And the staff doubles as a broom. Like, it's it's all intent. Very small decisions like that help you convey to the the audience like what this is supposed to be. And I find that really fun. I like being able to solve those problems in like the most fun way possible, That's what I find to be interesting and compelling as a designer. I tend to prefer stylized stuff, obviously. So
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were reading CapTCRABS' comment of Spyro was a good example of how to up-res an older game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I draw a lot of old people, actually. Which is totally off, like, what I draw for, like, VTuber stuff. Like, I draw hot anime lady and sometimes hot anime boy. But I tend to draw, like, or design older people a lot because, like, I'm currently working on a project for my portfolio where I was trying to figure out how to make like a seamstress witch who like has her own sheep farm. And of course, I had to make her a grandma. That makes sense, like, narratively, And so I end up like, since I tend to lean stylized and like wholesome-ish when it comes to what I do, I just end up drawing a lot of old people. I don't know why, it just happens. So, and if you didn't, if for a non-artist, old people are pretty hard to draw because when you get like age, your skin loses elasticity. So you have to really understand where those crevices and like skin starts to fall and stuff like that. The age of 30 is in demand. It's more like the age of 65.
Because drawing wrinkles isn't as simple as just, oh, I'm going to put a couple lines here on their cheeks. The amount of detail is inherently higher. And like you said, just understanding how skin is going to work, especially skin in motion and just how it works when you move your mouth, when you speak, mouth shapes. I, again, say this as someone who's not an artist. I have to imagine that mouth shapes and just having to know how to manipulate the skin of the face around the mouth is probably very difficult.
Understanding the amalgamation of muscles that is around the mouth is pain. There's so much going on. But yeah, I the way that I see it is like I really respect designers who very obviously go and interact with people a lot because it shows. It shows in their work. Because to make a good design is to convey their personality, for example. And I like to say that character design is unfortunately inherently based on a lot of stereotypes. But I think to make sure that you are not falling into anything harmful or cliche or offensive or anything, you really do have to observe, interact with, and understand people to make sure that you are making those appropriate decisions as a designer
Mm-hmm.
to really like be good at your job. I think, at
Yeah.
least.
That a certain use of stereotypes are based in recognizability and are based in patterns
Recognition.
and sometimes practicality. That you mentioned the Team Fortress 2 designs, and I agree, again, as somebody who's not a character designer or an artist, but that I can tell all 9 of those designs are so incredibly different and also incredibly recognizable that
Yes.
I forget who it was that said to me, but one of the biggest things of good character design is if you can recognize from their silhouette.
Yes.
You could very easily recognize any of those 9 from their silhouette, and that their body shapes, just
Their
the way their
posture is a big one.
postures, the way their muscles work is different. And obviously, Team Fortress 2 is very, very stylized, very, very cartoony. But all right, a basic stereotype of for the person who is carrying the large, heavy weapons, that they should probably be a larger person.
Yes, exactly.
In that,
Like I designed a
the
farmer,
stealthy
and
spy
I was
and the scout should probably be smaller, more slender,
yeah.
agile people.
Yes, it's appropriate use of it is obviously fine, but I think it's important to like really understand people.
There is certainly a line that
Also, another great example of really intentional character design is Hades. Oh my god, those are incredible designs. For the gods specifically, oh my, they're so good. They're so good. I just think that like it's so I really respect artists who do their research because it takes a lot of time. To be a good designer, you have to have a huge library of images and like facts in your brain that you can pull from at all times. And it takes a very long time to develop that library, for sure.
Is there a particular design, sort of falling back to Team Fortress 2 for a second, among the 9, is there one that you feel executes its intent particularly well?
Let me look at them again.
And I'll also just ask that for Hades as well. If there's a character in there that you think their design just matches the combination of expectation, functionality, personality.
I love Hera's character design in Hades 2. Hera is incredibly designed, I think. Also, EROS as well is really good. Obviously, I don't know all of it because a lot of the research that they did was like very specific iconography and like cultural references for that game that I'm missing because I haven't done that research. But I know that Gen Z, their art director, is like just incredible at what she does. Like, so she does that research, For TF2, I mean, I feel like the easy answer is the heavy, but personally, I think the most successful design, probably the pyro or the engineer. Soldier as well is incredibly designed as well because of his gun and his posture.
Yeah, I remember the Meet the Team videos back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was talking with someone just recently of the absolute travesty that we never actually got a TF2 series, like a proper animated series, that we had expiration date, and that it felt like it could have been the pilot for a series, but apparently just the amount of time, effort, and money that went into producing it, they quickly extrapolated and was like, okay, if it took us this much time, effort, and money to make expiration date, there's no way we can make a series and have it be in any way financially responsible.
Yeah, animation's expensive. Bear, have you ever studied characters that were designed with technical limitations? Yes, I've also designed characters with limitations in mind as well. It's all games have technical limitations. It just depends on the style you're working in and what the hardware is. And what your scope is.
Are there any stories you're able to tell without breaking NDAs or doxing of
Oh, yeah.
when you had a limitation and how you either worked around that limitation or maybe even found a way to use that limitation as inspiration? That I'm a big fan of the phrase, limitations breed creativity.
Yeah, well, and even just going off of that, when I'm designing, I try to give myself limitations. I try to be very intentional with what I'm doing. Like, I personally don't like just drawing with no aim in mind. I like so like when I was designing Bear, for example, I was like, okay, I know I want my name to be Bear. I know I want to be an art themed VTuber. What else can I add on top of this to make it unique? So I was going in between ninja and witch, and I was like, witch is better for this. So that's 3 things that I'm already adhering to: art, bear, witch, right? So that's already giving myself limitations. So then that made it much easier to design, right? So for the game aspect though, it's kind of short. The indie game I worked on had 2D sprites for the battle scenes, with like skeleton rigging. I think it's IK bones, I think they're called. So basically I was like, okay, I can't design any characters that have fabric over their knees.
Oh.
Because the person who was animating was the dev, and he doesn't know how to, and I wasn't gonna make extra assets for fabric folds. So I designed it to either they had something covering their entire legs, or they had a very obvious joint at their knee. So that's pretty simple, but like drawing yourself in MS Paint, yeah, all of the art streams I do tend to be based off of creative limitations.
I remember reading
At least the
while
ones that I like publicize that aren't just like, I'm working on a commission, you know?
I remember reading a while back that Mario's design was one that was built entirely around limitations from the time, and that when it's analyzed and when you think about the different parts of Mario's design, as soon as you think about it, it makes perfect sense, but it's such a subtle thing of how his sprite in the very first game, Donkey Kong, came to be. They wanted it to be, the intent was to have it be readable and not look like a stick figure, because we're in the 8-bit era right now. We have a lot of limitations in just the shapes we can make. So everything about him was designed so it looked just mildly readable and as normal and regular as possible. Because in that age, a lot of noses were just single pixel, but then it looks like your nose is a square, and that looks weird. So the answer is to make a bigger nose. Use more pixels, because if it's more than 1 pixel, you can actually have it be rounded a little bit. In terms of his clothing design, in that era, you're not going to be able to necessarily have as many pixels as you need to have a natural-looking shirt and pants. And that on a lot of designs, it's okay. I have these pixels, and then there's this very straight line of where you can see the shirt become the pants, and just that little bit of your brain registers it as unnatural, because that's not how shirts work. So they give them overalls, because then it's all one piece, and that you don't have that line happening. You can have that little bit of red peeking out from under it to show that there's a shirt under there, because otherwise it looks like he's just a blueberry. But overalls as a garment was a solution to something that a lot of other games just weren't able to do. Of, all right, shirt and pants, that there is no way at that point in time with the existing technology to make it look natural. So overalls it is. Body shape. For most quote-unquote conventional body shapes, if you want to have normal proportions and everything, it's going to look weird and lanky, and animating the legs is going to be weird. So let's make him short and round. And again, just you're no longer having this literally flat design on the model, that you have a couple extra pixels in there to make him round, and his legs are a little shorter. You're not worrying about knee movement anymore. You're not worrying about fabric movement. And hair. Hair is difficult to animate, especially if you're trying to do any sort of movement or any sort of normal shape. So just give him a hat.
Yep.
Everything about Mario was entirely based on the technical limitations of what a arcade cabinet could display. And that was the intent. And now you have one of the most iconic designs of all time.
Yeah, I mean, and I also think that like stuff like that happens nowadays as well, but there's like the reasoning for them is a lot more complex. A lot of character designs, at least for like really big franchises, have to go through like
Oh yeah, nowadays it's
suits.
It's
and
so much.
yeah, it's like gameplay limitations, certain art directors' tastes, what else? Gameplay concerns, corporate level bullshit,
marketability. That is the other thing of Mario's design being a
yeah.
product of its time, in that you don't have all those layers and departments and red tape. You just have,
Like, I
okay,
get
let's make it look.
irritated
Yeah.
when people attribute like a bad character design solely to like the art department,
Yeah,
when nine
or like,
times
oh,
out of
the
10
lead
it's
artist
like
was
not
obviously
them.
entirely responsible for this.
No, but 9 times out of 10 it was like some random guy who was like part of the market, like the fucking like higher up in either the marketing department or like the just even like shareholder bias, where they've like presented something to them and they're like, why aren't her boobs bigger?
Yep.
That's a real question we get asked. What, like, can you make her sexier?
Like,
I
no,
don't
I'm
know
not
if Ren
surprised.
is still here.
I
but
entirely believe you, and I know it's true. But
I don't know if Ren is here,
Yeah.
but he was recently working on a job where he had to like make anthropomorphic rats, and he literally got asked the "Can you make them sexier?" question. Rats.
again, I'm not surprised, just disappointed.
And it didn't. And I like, maybe sexy rats has a justification, but like for the location
Like, there's a
of where
market
these
for it.
rats
I
are from.
acknowledge there's a market for it. Look at Zenless Zone Zero.
No, these were like not people. Like they weren't like cat girls. Like they weren't like Nekomimi characters. They were like straight up just rats, like sewer rats.
Okay, because
So it was
you
just,
said
like, rats with
anthropomorphic, so
boobs.
I guess. Yeah.
Like think Alpha and Omega, but like bipedal and boobs and rats.
That's not even how rats work.
I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really fun because like I think a lot of like once you get to the like the client, like where you're like working with clients, a good percentage of the job is like nudging them towards the actual good pick rather than the one that they actually choose. It's like you play like a mental game with them.
Of just, I guess, making sort of stray comments of, this design has this, that, the other benefit, which would be really good for you.
Or even just rendering or cleaning up that one like a little more than the rest of them. And like that's not because I don't trust them. Well, actually, I kind of don't trust them to make the right decision. But it depends on if they're experienced. Because a lot of the time, like people, and I don't want to say like, oh, everybody has bad taste. Oh, everybody, like I work for people who are dumb. Like, you know what I mean? No, that's not what I mean. Like, I think most people don't have the knowledge of like the context in which like the design needs to be applied. Right?
They don't know what they don't know.
Exactly. They don't know what they actually want, which is like kind of, I feel bad for saying it like that, but it kind of is the truth.
That a good client should trust the artist.
Yeah, and I always default to what the client wants, but sometimes it's like I tell them and I'm like, this is literally not possible. Like with what you're asking me to do, like you have to like say that to people sometimes.
I'll admit that for my design, Crabs and I had slight miscommunication on the shape of the microphone, and that he was very flexible in working with me. That initially, he was thinking, because in his defense, I provided him a picture of an old broadcast microphone, which was a sort of a rectangle in shape.
Yeah.
And my vision had been this sort of cylindrical one. And that when he initially came back, that it was this with the sides, and that I did cause a bit of extra work for him, but he was very kind and understanding and worked with me. And I genuinely think that the way that this reads now, the rotation from side to side ever so slightly, looks and reads better than the lines. But that sometimes I even like, I guess it was like, okay, what was he right? I don't know. But those are the things, and he was great to work with, and we were looking for a model like this that he does a lot of different things, and he's very good at what he does.
I would say as well, like, that's why I think as an artist, you need to know, like, you need to have really good communication skills. Not to, like, go into this too much, but I do think in the VTuber community, a lot of the drama regarding commissions could be solved if the artist had better communication skills.
Communication in general, in professional spaces, goes a very long way. And
yeah, and even just saying like, hey, I can't do it by this deadline. How do we figure this out? You know, like, or like, hey, can you clarify this for me? You know, like, it's really important to be able to do that.
But also on the commissioner side,
ends.
that the commissioner has to be communicative in what they want. That if what you got back isn't what you like, you need to be specific and explain, okay, this isn't quite what I was looking for. I was thinking more along the lines of this, that, the other. Provide examples. And even if you don't know the exact solution of what you want, describe as much as you can. Give comparisons, or even process some elimination of, I'm looking for something that doesn't have this, but is something like this. Because
I have to like, sometimes I have to like interrogate it out of people. I end up doing it, but it's like, you have to really like, be like, what do you want? Tell me. Like, you have to like really like kind of play mind games with them. Because sometimes I've had people come to me and be like, I don't actually know what I want. And I'm like, I'm going to make you figure it out. Let's talk. Like,
but the thing is, that's what also translates to the professional space. The people who will be able to succeed and, you know, continue to get work or maintain a job, being able to communicate that on a team, that if you're working with a producer or if you're working with an art director, being able to talk through those details and things, that's half the job.
Yeah, I'd say
it's a big
working
part of the
with
job.
like non-professional or like non-industry clients is a very different experience than working on like with a team, with a producer and an AD. Because the average person, at least people like in the US, I could say, like, the art curriculum has been gutted, right, in public schools, and I feel like a lot of people lack the vocabulary to really describe what they want. And that's not their fault. So I feel like it's a lot easier to like talk through a design with somebody who's also an artist rather than like a client who doesn't know how to like articulate what they want, because sometimes they'll tell you what they want and then they'll mean something exactly the opposite of what they're saying to you.
How does it, I'm trying to, I hear people say that. Do you have an example? Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around how can someone ask for something that is so opposite?
To be honest with you, I'm very selective with my commissions. And if I think that it really starts with the, like, I don't want to say like, oh, I turn down people. I've only had this happen to me like twice in my life. If it shows based on their like inquiry that they are indecisive or they lack the, I don't want to say indecisive because that's not like right. I would say like, they're kind of like, oh, just do whatever. I want like a character that's like a wizard. Like, you know what I mean? Then I'll kind of be like, Like, do you? I don't
Almost
know.
if they're not able to provide enough restrictions.
Yeah, if they're not able to provide guidelines, then I'm kind of like, it's not worth my time to do this because the way, first of all, most artists are really underpaid for like commissions already. My professional rates
Tip
are
your
like,
artists, folks.
they're 5 times higher than what I charge for commissions. But due to market stuff, you won't get commissions. I wouldn't get commissions if they were that high.
Yep.
So I kind of have to calculate like, okay, is the amount of effort and time spent worth the amount of money I'm getting? And if it's a client like that, 9 times out of 10, it's not worth accepting the commission.
Yep.
Especially if they're not communicative of like when you try to ask them to clarify either.
Yeah. Because you also can just sort of extrapolate from there of, okay, if from the get-go, I can't get the details baseline of what they want this to be, it will only get worse from here.
Yeah. I also, I think a lot of it also stems from like online art discourse that people don't quite understand. Like the CalArt style thing is something that makes me very irritated to hear about a lot of the time. I don't know if you've heard of that discourse. It's kind of old.
I have not, but I can sort of imagine what it might be, but...
It was like this whole thing in like the late 2010s about how like they were like, modern cartoons have bad style. They're all the same. It's a CalArt style. They all have like a bean-shaped face and I'm tired of this and it's bad design and blah, blah, blah. But the kicker is here, literally all of the examples but one from the show, like the showrunners that those shows were actually from, they didn't go to CalArts.
Well. And I guess if they're trying to say the CalArt style has infected all the others, but then at the same time, you're not necessarily proving that the source is CalArts anyways.
It's just modern animation trends. It's marketability.
Is not necessarily originating from one specific school.
Yeah, and the biggest, like, the people were saying, like, oh, the biggest offender of this is Steven Universe. I think Rebecca Sugar went to, like, SVA in New York City. Like, like, it's on the other side of the country, guys. Like, it says on her Wikipedia, or their Wikipedia page. So like that, for example, is people jump on that bandwagon and don't do further research, for example. And then that translates into their personal biases when they're commissioning art and can't exactly like articulate what they mean because they're misinformed.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. It's like, you know, like I said, art education is lacking in America specifically. And I like to be, most people are willing to listen, I would say. So I like to not have a very like negative viewpoint of this. I would just say, because like the thing that I have a very negative viewpoint on is when the information is offered and they just are like, no, I know better than you, even though this is your job. It's like,
why are you hiring me?
Yeah. It's not even like on a commissioner standpoint. It's just like on Twitter, you know, sort of thing.
Are there any trends in the industry, whether it's animation or character design, that excites you, that you think, oh, we're now tending towards this. This is a good thing.
Yes. I talked about this a little bit on stream the other day. Okay. I'm sure you remember this. Early 2010s, everybody was up their own ass about why this game is incredible. It's so realistic. I can see the pores on their face. This is the peak of gaming. Yeah. We have effectively gotten to the point where there's diminishing returns and how realistic an art style can get.
A decade ago.
Yeah, because it's gotten to the point where things are so realistic, it's muddying the readability of the game.
And it's bloating the file sizes, and it is using
about
so much processing power.
We're talking about Call of Duty. It's just, yeah.
I would argue that we hit the point of diminishing returns 2 console generations ago, that I think PS3, Xbox 360 is about the point where we got really, really good graphics, noticeably better graphics from the previous generation. The difference between PS3 to PS4 and PS4 to PS5, yes, if you look at them side by side, you will notice them to a point, but the difference is becoming increasingly small, and
I'd say, like, honestly,
everything. Yeah.
It's incredible that we're able to even do this, first of all. The fact that we can simulate different light scenarios on different materials. Tech artists are wizards.
Yeah, from a technical and academic standpoint, it is fascinating, and it is a technical triumph that it's possible. And I suppose from a sheer, like I said, academic standpoint, the innovation of that technology is neat, but
it also applies better to film than game as well.
Yes.
But if we're solely talking game, I really like the shift I've noticed in the last 2 years of people realizing, like, oh, style and art direction over, like, graphical fidelity makes games that age better.
Yep.
Like, literally, there's, like, no exception to this rule.
Yeah,
I would
because
say.
you know what reality looks like, and reality really isn't going to change. So all you're going to look at, if it is trying to simulate reality as technology gets better, the older technology that is trying to simulate reality will just naturally, more obviously, side by side, look worse. Whereas something that is stylized will never have to be compared to anything else. You're just comparing it to its own stylization.
There's a rule when you learn how to paint. You want to make sure the most important part of your painting is the most rendered. So, like, the most detailed, the most, you know, like, you can see the cracks and the scratches or whatever on the surfaces. And, like, the rest of it can be painted up, but it's not as, like, rendered out as, like, the focal point. This also applies to games. Because when you're, like, directing a style or even doing level design, right? You want to make sure the core focus of your game and the mechanics that players need to be looking at and processing and reading is clear to them. If there's somebody lying prone in a bush 300 feet away from you on a COD map where there's like a million particle effects around you and you can't see them and you die because of this, that doesn't feel good. You want to at least feel like you have a chance of, like, being able to react, right? And that's where I think that, like, we've gotten to the point of where, like, realism is really just muddying up your visual senses at this point, because there's less. And I'm not trying to say, like, the art directors are bad at their job, because I think it's crazy that they're able to get this level of realism.
They're very good at their job, and if they're told, hey, make this as realistic as possible and push it to the bleeding edge, then
that's what they have to do.
Succeeded. That they are they're doing what they are being told to do, and that they are using the technology they have to an extent very often that hasn't been done before. It's only a question of, all right, where is the balance of practicality and fun?
Yes, we can do this, but should we do this?
Yeah.
Sort of thing. And I think we've gotten to the point where people are starting to finally realize that, like, hey, maybe, like, this much fidelity is, like, it makes it harder for me to play.
Mm-hmm.
The file sizes are too big. Whatever. Like, so I'm happy about this. I'm glad that we've started to, as a general, like, people who enjoy video games are generally coming around on this thought, because I've had this, like, opinion for quite a while, and I haven't been able to, like, really explain it to people because they don't have, like, the visual in front of them, because we weren't there yet, quite there yet until very recently.
Yeah. But if anything, just from this conversation makes me think of, okay, what is one of the, if not the biggest game in the world right now that effectively unseated Call of Duty? It's not 100% the same genre, but in terms of gameplay and design intent, it is really only a half step away, and it is incredibly stylized. Fortnite.
Yep.
Fortnite didn't go the hyper-realistic Call of Duty route. It's mildly realistic. You can certainly recognize those characters as usually human, but that's also
semi-realistic, yeah.
That it's stylized just enough, and also you couldn't put all of the crazy characters that Fortnite puts into their game in Call of Duty because it would just look entirely unnatural. But
But also,
this,
like, you can put Snoop Dogg in Call of Duty and also Fortnite. You
mhm,
can't put Freddy Fazbear in Call of Duty, but you could
yep,
put him in Fortnite.
yep. You can't put Naruto in Call of Duty. You can put him in Fortnite. That the stylization is just enough that they have found that happy balance of you can put in normal humans and you can put in any cartoon character of basically any style.
Yeah. Even a good example of this is Deadlock as well.
I haven't actually
Deadlock
seen much of
is
Deadlock yet. It's one I've been hearing the name a lot.
well, it's another Valve game, so like, you know, but they I will say well, a lot of the art is placeholder at the moment, but oh, the character designs are so good, dude. Holy shit. They're so good.
I'm glancing at some of these right now and just yeah, that is.
Seven is oh, I love Seven's character design. He was an inmate who fused with the electric chair that was supposed to kill him.
Oh.
He's so
I see.
cool. He's so cool. Yeah, well, like Deadlock is stylized,
Mhm.
and it's a on the bleeding edge of new. It's like they're playtesting it, and their visual style is so successful. It's so successful. It's crazy. And that game has like what 200,000 active players when the lobbies are running. Like it's crazy. It's not even like out yet. So like I'm excited to see all of the new projects that are going to come out in the next couple years that are heavily stylized. I know a lot of devs that have left like Blizzard, Riot, Epic to go make their own AA studios with other very experienced industry veterans, and I think most of their games are leaning stylized.
Yeah.
So
And that's one of the other things that's very exciting and interesting of really the past decade or so. And uh, Steam plays a big part of it. The fact that you no longer need a conventional publisher and the fact that physical distribution that I I very much understand and respect that uh, there is a balance to be had between physical and digital distribution. I prefer physical games, but at
I
the
do
same
too.
time, there are so many studios that simply could not exist and put out games if they were required to do so physically. That
Hmm.
the amount of cost in physical production and distribution is so substantial. It is a massive barrier to entry, always was and still is. But the fact that we were able to get to the point of digital distribution lets these small, medium-sized studios just not have to worry about that as a production cost, that they can just make their game, put it on whether it be Steam or some other distribution platform, or just download natively off their own website. It allows so many more games to be made that simply
Yeah.
would not see the light of day. And
I'm
yeah,
hopeful that with this lull, I think there's currently a lot of really cool projects being worked on right now. And I'm really excited to see them start coming out.
yeah. And like I said, I still very much understand and respect and agree with folks that say, no, I demand physical stuff for my things that I want to own my game.
Yeah.
Um, and that's totally understandable. I don't think that's wrong at all. Um, and like I said, I think there's very much a balance to be had there that is certainly, especially when you're getting to AAA stuff of,
Yeah.
yeah, I want to be able to own the things. I like being able to
Well,
have the
there's
box.
that, and I also hate the like, this is physical, but technically you need to download the day one
Yeah.
patch to make this
Oh,
playable. And if
gosh.
you don't have internet, you're fucked, by the way. You can't
It-
play this game you paid
That
$60 for.
that's the other thing. The concept of needing internet connection for a single player game, I I feel there is never a good answer to why I need internet connection for a single player game. Obviously,
Yep.
if it's Fortnite, if it's gonna be something that I am playing against other people, that if it's a game that only if there is no single player mode, duh, of course you're gonna need it. But if it's just campaign, why?
Yeah, I have this exact like game is the one that I use this as an example. Is Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl.
Hmm.
That game did not even have the final music tracks in it without the day one patch. You literally miss out on like a quarter of the content in that game if you don't download the day one patch. And I bought that game physically. So if you don't have internet and you go to GameStop and you buy that game, you literally just don't get what you paid for.
That's, again, balance in all things, because the ability to have day one patches is so useful, and it's very important that sometimes I don't think you should ever manufacture and ship your game incomplete, but sometimes just the way productions work, that something comes up in the last month of production, that something hits a snag, an error, a bug is introduced, and it's complex, and you don't know necessarily in that moment or have the bandwidth to get it completely done by the time you need to have your physical cartridges printed to get them shipped to be sold on your street date. And that sometimes you need to say, all right, the build that is going to go on these things isn't complete, and we know when we're going to have to use a day one patch. Otherwise, any number of things cascade. And this is a lot of, specifically, once again, for physical production. Obviously, that's not good, and it should not be common.
Yeah, it's also a concern of archival purposes as well. I think we're gonna lose a lot of knowledge and games in the next 20 years just because things are just not being archived properly.
Yeah, or just that the physicals, if they don't have the completed thing, that how do you necessarily archive that? That, yeah, you can have it on a hard drive, and that, fortunately, there's a lot of folks that will archive things in ways that are not necessarily above board. But due to technology, we have, I think, I'm confident that at least one archived copy of basically everything exists upon day of release now. And
yeah, I'd hope so.
Whether it's going to be centralized in a single database or easily accessible to someone who is trying to assemble a database, not so much.
No, and also with the loss of the Internet Archive as well, that's really unfortunate. That, and also like specific program knowledge and like game dev practices, because like with the amount of layoffs that have happened, studios are just bleeding talent. They're not letting them understand their proprietary engines or whatever else, or even like older practices that are still in place that they're relying on tenured employees to teach their juniors. Since this knowledge is very new and the technology changes a lot. I think if people leave the industry, it's like, okay, now we can't do this, Somebody else has to figure it out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of industries that rely on like one old guy who knows how to do something very specific, I feel like.
Oh yeah. I've heard of different industries and disciplines, and people have said, like, if something, I forget which discipline, but there are folks that have said, if something terrible were to happen and a meteor were to hit a furry convention, that we'd be set back 2 decades. Because apparently a lot of furries are engineers. That I'm not furry, but I have an increasing number of friends that are furries, and again, not to stereotype, but you see trends in that they're awesome and incredibly talented, but also a lot of them just are engineers. Like,
we like to joke that they're like the modern day like medieval churches, because they like stimulate the commission economy so much.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
Like, we don't have people who like pay to like keep an artist like housed and fed and clothed and everything else. Like we don't have like medieval lords who do that.
We don't have
but
the patrons.
We do have recurring commissioners though.
Also,
and they're furries.
I actually pulled a screenshot of Seven's design, and I'm going to enlarge it a bit and just sort of cover up myself and part of chat. Sorry, so you can see this, and I'm also just gonna go.
He's so
get
cool.
rid of some of the gun there, but that you can see, the mention of the electric chair and
the Tesla coil on his head.
Coils of the way they have the different tubes,
belt.
the mouth.
Yes. This is also, I think this is a placeholder model. This is a very like low fidelity sculpt on this mesh. So I'm assuming this is gonna get even more improved as the game gets updated as well.
Yeah, and that's another thing, technology that's really cool right now, that you can have these types of open beta tests or closed beta tests done in ways that you simply couldn't back in the day.
I also think that Deadlock is a game that requires so much player feedback to actually get anywhere as well, because there's so many like little interactions and mechanics that need to be tested in like 80 different ways.
Yeah.
Not all the character models will be cleaned up before. Interesting. I wonder if they don't have a lot of character artists. But yeah, I love the character design in Deadlock. It's so cool.
Is there not a character design, but is there a design element that you feel is underappreciated or underutilized? Something, it could be, we don't have enough hats, or we don't have enough people using belts in practical ways. That
I would say even, I don't think there's anything, because I feel like it's all up to the taste of the designer a lot of the time. But I do really enjoy motifs, and I wish they, people don't, obviously, they're not looking for them like I am, because I've been trained to look for them. But they're one of my favorite things in designs. I love shape motifs. I love, like, it's just so cool. Like, it makes something even more interesting to me. I'm trying to think of a good example, but I guess like Hades is probably the best example of this. Like, Aphrodite is probably the easiest one. She has a lot of repeating and very small heart shapes all throughout her design, and you wouldn't notice them unless you were looking really close. Like in her hair, in the shape of her boobs, the metal filigree, like all that stuff, like it's all repeating heart shapes. Like I find that very fun. I really like that sort of stuff. I love being able to call back to certain things in either like a theme or a personality thing or whatever. It's really cool.
Yeah. Design, I suppose consistency might be, I don't know if that's necessarily the proper phrase, but like you said, recurring themes or shapes, anything that you're able to see brought into play in multiple times over time, whether it be across multiple outfits or just that you see it not even necessarily in the character, but it can be something in the overall game design that sometimes there's going to be a shape that is used in environment.
Version is like Undertale's soundtrack. They use like the same
everywhere.
It's the same thing in visuals as well. Pokemon does it a lot with their creature designs. It's always like really fun to be able to look closer and be like, oh, I see it. Like, it's very smart choices that you don't always see from a cursory glance at something. Because it shows that the artist put a lot of time and thought and love into what they did. So,
pivoting a little bit, you mentioned to me that one of your favorite anime of all time is Kill la Kill. And goodness knows, if you are familiar with Kill la Kill, that has very iconic character design in multiple ways.
Yes.
Do you have any favorite designs in Kill la Kill?
Satsuki. I love her. Not because I'm like, oh my god, her character design is the best thing I've ever seen. I just love her. I'm gonna look at them again. It's been a little bit since I've like really looked at the character designs.
It's
just
weird
think
to think that Kill la Kill is 10 years old.
That makes me feel so old. I remember I was watching it when it aired. I was like,
yep.
I hate that.
I remember I called one of the big twists a week before it happened.
I really like Mako's delinquent outfit. I think that's really fun.
Ooh, yeah.
I just generally across the board, Kill la Kill is really like, I really like how they push and stylize their shapes to like force like angles and motion and stuff. I wouldn't say like anything has like insane motifs or anything that I find very like groundbreaking or like, you know, because a lot of it's like anime tropes that have been pushed, which I think is great. It's awesome. It works super well. For Kill la Kill specifically, I think the art style and the character design lend itself well to really graphic shapes and
Yeah.
really iconic like shot compositions, really fun animation. Like that's why I really like it personally.
And that's just Studio Trigger, and prior to that, Studio Gainax's style. For those who aren't familiar with anime industry history, Studio Gainax is best known for doing things like Gurren Lagann. They did Neon Genesis Evangelion. They did Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. And Fooly Cooly. And they shut down. And basically, Studio Trigger is effectively the spiritual successor to the company that it's where a good number of the folks went. And
did you know that Gainax actually didn't go out of business? They just existed to like house IPs.
Oh, I do think I remember hearing that.
Yeah. They shut down recently, but they were basically just holding on to whatever IP they still had.
Yeah.
So like Sushio and Imaishi were the two big ones who left to go start Studio Trigger.
And that Kill la Kill was the first production of Studio Trigger.
I think it was Little Witch Academia.
Oh, you might be
OVA.
right. The OVA,
which
yes.
I also adore. I adore Little Witch Academia. It's so good.
I see bits of Little Witch Academia in your design.
Yeah. My character took heavy inspiration from Shiny Chariot, actually, from Little Witch Academia.
Yeah, that scans.
Yeah, Sushio is the lead character. Well, usually the lead character designer on most productions that they do. Oh, he's so good at what he does. Oh my god, I love his art. I love his design sense. It's so cool. I was saying in our pre-interview, actually, my favorite anime is Kill la Kill, but Dungeon Meshi, which is also a Trigger production, is pretty close to dethroning it at the moment. For the same reasons.
And it's only 12 episodes in right now, right?
I just think the execution is perfect. Personally. So, and it's like everything I've ever wanted. I love the mangaka, Ryoko Kui sensei, I think her name is. I think she has an incredible sense for character design. I love, like, all of her characters are very simple but very appealing. I think the story is really good. She's incredible at world building, and outside of character design, her creature design sense is so smart. It's really obvious that she has researched a lot of different kinds of like plants and their like functions and their I don't want to say, like, I don't know how to describe this, like their roles in an ecosystem, and the same with animals.
The world building in that series is what sets it apart. The depth and thought.
So good at like she's an incredible concept artist is basically what I'm trying to say. Like, it's so obvious that she has an insane library of knowledge about the natural world, and she was able to apply that to like pretty much all of her designs in that story, and I really respect her, and I think her art style is incredible as well.
Yeah, it's such a unique series that there's plenty of cooking anime.
I really like the messaging. If you've read the manga, the core theme of the story is, it gets a little existential, but I really like it.
I'll ask for no spoilers because I'm the type of person that when I find an anime that I like, I will actively avoid spoilers, and I've gotten very good at it. I was able to avoid Attack on Titan spoilers to the end.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
I know, just, all right, don't follow these particular accounts or block these particular words on social media. Every so often, one or two screenshots might get through, but even then, it's usually fleeting enough. Because for me, one of the big things that I get enjoyment from in my media is reveals, twists, the big moments, and that you only get a big moment once. And that for me, I want to experience it in motion, with color, with sound, because that is how it is going to be most impactful. That if I only get this moment, I want it to be the most it can be that one time. And I know that I am actively depriving myself of stuff that is out there by waiting. And
I would
if
say in
if
this
a
case,
series like ends or is canceled or just isn't going to get adapted, then I will seek out the manga or the
mm,
other material. But if it's something that I know is being adapted, or all right, I watched season 1 and I know season 2 has been announced and we will eventually get this, I just need to wait, that I am able to wait
yeah, you won't have to wait super long. I think they started production of season 2 like
immediately,
like
or at least they announced it
immediately.
immediately.
Yeah, or even while they were still working on season 1,
Yeah.
because it's a very fast timeline. So I would say, and we're already more than halfway through at this point at the anime.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, so I think we're getting like one more 2 core season and then it should be over.
Hmm. I like
So
stories
you
that
won't
are
have to wait.
eh, limited in like that. I think 50 episodes is kind of the sweet spot for a show that is going to give you enough depth, enough time, and enough development for the world and the characters without it being, I don't even want to say overstaying its welcome, because there's many series. I don't have the time to watch One Piece. I know I'm missing out on it. I know it's incredible. I just don't have the time.
That's one I feel like you have to read, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. I haven't watched or read it yet.
I'm going to watch the One Piece, the new one that they're beginning from the start, because if I get in on the ground floor and it's just an episode a week as it releases, fine, but I'm not able to look at the Mount Everest of 1,100 whatever episodes and embark on that. I just can't.
There are some stories that need that runtime, like Attack on Titan, for example, is very long, but I think it needs all of those episodes to really be impactful.
And it was long. It was like 130, 150-ish.
Yeah.
But it wasn't... It always had intent. There was never filler.
There's always like, I think it needed a couple more episodes personally.
Yeah, it could have potentially used a couple more at that point, but that it was never going to be 500, 600, 1,000.
I don't think that like filler is particularly bad. I just think it has to serve the purpose of like characterization or world building. And I think a lot of people
there's good ways to do filler. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just think that like it depends on the intent of the filler. This is embarrassing to admit, but I'm kind of a diehard Boruto defender.
Ooh. So I only saw through original Naruto and like the first arc of Shippuden. I know the basics of how the story unfolded. I know effectively nothing about Boruto other than dinosaurs happened.
Yeah, that's filler. So the thing about Boruto is like I won't defend all of it, but I will say this. Boruto is a monthly manga release. Naruto was weekly. At least I think it was. So Boruto is lacking a lot of the characterization that Naruto had in the canon of the main series. There are a lot of people who say, only read the Boruto manga. It's a waste of time. There's so much filler. There's so much filler in the Boruto anime. But the thing is, I don't remember Kishimoto's assistant, the one who's like overseeing most of Boruto. I don't remember his name. He came out and said that, or at least somebody did, came out and said that a good chunk of the filler in Boruto is actually canon. They just don't have time to flesh it out in the manga like that. So Boruto, the anime, is weekly. You get the characterization through watching that filler. There's a lot of things that don't make sense for certain characters if you don't watch the filler.
I think that might just sort of be the line for me of, if you're going to make filler, make it canon.
And
I need
there's
to know
a lot
it
of
matters.
garbage. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of really garbage filler in Boruto, but there's some of it that I really thought was successful and worth my time. Like people like Sarada, for example, is a very controversial character in the manga, specifically because of how she's been sexualized at such a young age, and she kind of doesn't really do anything in the manga, and it's kind of gross. But in the anime, she's been completely redesigned with a very good outfit, in my opinion. It's like a direct combination of Sakura and Sasuke's outfits from the first season of Naruto. And she effectively acts as an apology for how Sakura was treated.
Yay!
So I would not have such a high opinion of Boruto in certain ways if I didn't watch the anime. If I read the manga, I'd be like, this makes no fucking sense and this is stupid. But I do think that, like, if you enjoy Naruto, you should probably watch at least some of Boruto if you enjoyed the characters. There's some stuff you'll hate because there's some stuff that I hate, but I think it doesn't deserve all of the backlash that it gets a lot of the time. But I do think the plot is terrible. So if you like character interactions in Naruto, you'll like Boruto, but if you're watching for the plot, it sucks. The animation is incredible, though. And I'm a diehard defender of the Boruto art style. Even though everybody else hates it.
Are there any elements, whether it be character design, artistic styles, or sensibilities that you've picked up from not just anime, but from shows that you've seen? Has there ever been something that you watched, and it could have been something when you were really young that maybe influenced your style, or maybe
Pokemon.
something more recently that did? So I guess, how did Pokemon influence your style or techniques?
A lot of my shapes are very round. A lot of that has come from influence from Pokemon specifically. Also, the way that I stylize proportions, a lot of it has to do with like referencing like The Legend of Korra or Kill la Kill. Nowadays, a lot of my inspiration is from artists like Nicholas Cole, at least professionally, and Devin Katie Lee. He was one of the lead character designers on the game Gigantic. A lot of like stylized, whimsical proportions with like really fun colors and shapes and stuff is generally where I tend to fall now. But for my VTuber stuff, I tend to draw in a very different style. And a lot of my inspiration comes from like Trigger and like other artists that I'm inspired by as well. I'd say before I used to be more inspired by like media, and now I'm more inspired by like specific artists, if that makes sense.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense because when you aren't as experienced, it's trying to figure out how to phrase this. I guess it is easiest to understand and pick up on things from a broader perspective as a whole, of just so you pick it up from media. But then as you become more knowledgeable, not just about art, but about the art industry, you are then able to hone in on things like artists as opposed to just broader media, because you are then more aware of, oh, this element that I really like was specifically done by this person, and I noticed that I have liked multiple things and then found multiple times that it leads back to this name. So
Yeah.
it seems that I like this person, and that you almost discover that you like this person and that you already did, and it just was a matter of tracking down their name or learning that they were behind the things that
It's also
intrigued
way
you.
easier nowadays to figure out who did what thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because back in the day, and even now, you're not necessarily going to have credits shown to the granular detail of this was designed by this. But what you do have nowadays is people posting their portfolios online where they're able to say, yes, I was the one that did this thing. And, if you look in the credits, isn't necessarily going to say specific character design or like prop design for this character done by me. No, but I'm in the credits there and I'm able to show, yes, this was my doing.
Yeah, for sure.
And you mentioned among the Kill la Kill designs that one that you really liked was Mako, and you mentioned that you find your style to be more rounded, and I think that's particularly interesting and telling, because you also said that a lot of the ones in Kill la Kill are very angular, and that Mako sort of stands out as a round character.
I would say that Kill la Kill is angular, yes, but all of their hard edges are followed up by a very steep curve a lot of the time. So like there's a very specific flow to the shapes in that show that is very inspiring to me, I guess, if I was to explain it more.
I guess I'm probably thinking mostly, I guess, of head shapes. That Mako's head is, it's very, very round. It's very, very
Yeah.
circular, whereas a lot of the others, not necessarily in their head shapes. Most of the head shapes are relatively normal, but I guess from their outfits, from their hairstyles, end up with the harsher angles, whereas Mako's overall, I suppose, and it is a reflection of her character that she's
Yes.
usually, with that one episode exception where she has a very angular outfit. Like the spikes on that one, I think, if anything, are in deliberate contrast to her normally rounded design. And again, as always, I say this as someone who is not an artist, so I could be entirely off base. This is my own very low-level, uneducated observation.
I would say you're correct, but also Kill la Kill, even a lot of the angles at play are rounded in some way, which I find very appealing. But I think a lot of where the round shapes actually come from are going back to like when I was a kid tracing Pokemon.
You mentioned that you
drawings.
traced Pokemon drawings. Were there any specific Pokemon that you enjoyed tracing, or was it just any Pokemon you could get your hand on?
Any Pokemon, and I also would be like, what's your favorite Pokemon to my friends at school, and I'd like trace one for them.
Oh, that's so nice.
So, but like Pokemon is a very like hard art style to emulate. And so like I think it became more muscle memory from like tracing something so round that I ended up being that way. 'Cause there are some artists who work very angular, and I'm just not like that. I have to like deliberately force myself to work that way if I need to. If we're just going off of comfort and muscle memory, a lot of the times things end up being more round than I would like sometimes.
Now, Pokemon designs are relatively consistent nowadays, but in the earlier days, there was a bit of variation that you had the Ken Sugimori style, you had the anime style, you had even today, you have the TCG style, which varies wildly. Did you tend toward any specific style?
Whoever was doing the Pokedex illustrations for the books at the time, Gen 4 Pokemon.
Okay, so Gen 4.
Yeah, but currently that's not my favorite iteration of the style, though. My current favorite iteration of the style is the one that everybody hates, of course.
Oh, is it the Sun Moon?
Yes, I love that art style to pieces.
I was going to get to that question eventually.
Yes.
Did you have a favorite character design style among the anime? Because there are slight iterations from generation to generation, and that
Team
Sun Moon
Rocket and that
prolifically
Sun and Moon style is incredible.
Rocket Sun. I'm just looking this up now because I haven't watched the Pokemon anime actively since Gen 3. Still a big Pokemon fan. I play all the mainline games, and I'm aware of the differentiation and iteration and the fact that Sun and Moon was the most significant divergence by far, and that they've sort of looped back to
I think at this
the other
point, it's like
style,
a happy
but
medium between the two, and I still think it's really successful and more successful than it was in the past.
Oh, I
for
definitely
sure.
agree that even when the Sun Moon style was released, I looked at it and said, wow, that is incredibly different. And that just to someone like me who grew up with the Gen 1 art style, it is a bit jarring initially. I did not think it was bad, and that I think that it's been an important part of the growth, that if they just kept the style they had in 2000 or 1999, whenever the anime began, and held that over 20 years, that'd be a terrible idea.
I also think the style back then, it's consistent with the time. It's a lot more stiff and it gives a lot more limitations on what artists can like push and pull.
Yeah.
And I think that Pokemon as an IP really benefits when they can exaggerate and push shapes. And I think the newer art style allows for that a lot more.
And at the same time, I look at this and obviously that's Jesse and James. If anything, I would say that their design seems less different than Ash's.
Yeah, I think that Ash is at his best in the sword and shield art style, personally. I think. But I think Jesse and James are at their best in the Sun and Moon art style. Because they're goofy, and like I think that they should be exaggerated as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
I think they're the best part of the Pokemon anime, personally.
There's a lot of people that agree with you.
I
And
love them.
I think I was hit harder by Team Rocket getting written out in the Scarlet Violet anime than Ash being written out.
Oh, I know. Dude,
Because
I cried
Ash-
my eyes out when that was like
Ash has always
airing.
been the self-insert. That's been his purpose. That
Mhm.
yeah, Ash has a semblance of a personality, but as a protagonist, he's always had the least to work with by design, and that's part of what makes him successful, that he can
He's
be
also
the any
kind
person.
of a dick in the early series.
Oh, in the early ones, he's a jerk. Oh my goodness, he's just a...
He's a dumb, stupid kid.
Yeah,
he's so.
He's
Oh my
really
god.
dumb in the earlier ones. Oh my goodness. So I didn't have a problem with them changing the protagonist. If anything, I was kind of shocked it took them that long. That I think Yu-Gi-Oh had the correct approach, that they sort of change their protagonist every generation, quote unquote. And I think that's good. And if anything, I was kind of worried about Pokemon because, all right, after going for 10, 15 years with just Ash, it didn't matter if it was 15 years or 25 years in, that once they got past really that first decade, it was going to be difficult to move away from Ash.
Yeah.
And it was just,
absolutely.
all right, are you really just going to keep with him forever? Are we, everyone had bought into and accepted he's 10 forever. Just don't worry about it. We're just not going to talk about it.
And then
And
people
this
were
is
like,
fine.
actually in X and Y, he's 15. And then like it was like this whole thing.
Yeah. And that when they announced, all right, we're actually going to, send Ash off into the sunset, I was like, wow, that's, I don't like saying, oh, that's a brave move, but it's kind of a brave move in terms of design to finally let yourself do that. And that it is going to be interesting to see if after this they take the Yu-Gi-Oh approach of a new protagonist every generation, or are they going to let, is it Liko?
I don't know. I haven't
I
actually
forget the name
seen.
of the new protagonist. Or are they going to stick with her for a number of generations like they did Ash? Now that they have finally broken the 25-year trend, they now actually have options again.
If I'm talking based off of what I understand, I think they're probably going to switch it out every generation because
That's my guess.
she's in line with the base design of the protagonist of the game. And each property of Pokemon, whether it's game, anime, toy, or TCG, exists to sell the other product of itself. So if you want the game to sell more, you got to make it more in line with the anime. If you want the anime to be watched more, you got to make it more in line with the game. Like, it's that sort of thing, right?
But that's also the type of thing that I think they were kind of missing out on, that they were stuck with Ash, that we never got to see. I think the girl's name from Sword and Shield was Gloria, and we never got to see Brandon in
Or what's his name, Pop or whatever.
Yeah,
from Sword and Shield.
and that there's always been these distinct designs from generation to generation, and that sometimes they would bring one in as a companion character, but really after Gen 3, where you had May, but you didn't have Brandon, who was the male one for Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald.
Yeah.
That they just go unused, and that those are characters that you could have explored. And I hope they do a different one each generation, because that lets you have these different character archetypes and do different things and approaches with the anime.
I remember being a kid and wishing I could like play as the anime characters, or like at least see them,
too. That too, the fact that, yes, it was cool to face Ash, but also, yeah, I wanted to be Ash.
I don't even think you faced Ash, you faced Red, and that's like a whole different character.
Well, that's now we're getting into like the
manga
continuity, and I'm not gonna bother with that can of worms. But yes,
Yeah.
that no, we never actually got to properly be Ash.
Yeah, he I don't know. I kind of think that like at this point like if you're looking just based off of like the market that you're appealing to, the only people that really care about Ash are people like us, and
Yeah.
we're not their like target
No,
demographic.
and like I said, I was happy to see Ash, sent into the sunset. He more than had his time. Goodness.
I hope he comes back as an adult and then I could cry again.
That's the thing too. That okay, so Ash is world champion. What I want to see is, have him be. Did you watch Yu-Gi-Oh at all growing up?
I watched a few episodes of 5Ds.
Okay, I saw Duel Monsters, so the one with Yugi and GX.
I know that like
I didn't
I
see
know
anything
some
past
very
that.
basic points about it. I was more of a Bakugan kid than a Yu-Gi-Oh
Ooh.
kid.
So I never actually saw past Gen 2 effectively of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mm.
But that the few times that Yugi stepped into Gen 2, that's a big freaking deal. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh man, the OG is here. Like, the guy is here. And I fully agree. I want to see them do that with Ash. I want to see them near the end of the series. I don't want him to come in and save the day. But I want there to
It would
be
be
some
even
special
funnier
occasion.
if he was the reason every kid couldn't become the champion because he just beat the shit out of
Oh,
them
yeah,
and he
no,
was
that-
like, go home.
Or just, okay, sort of like in the epilogue of it, that, at whatever the name of the academy is, that they say, we have a very special guest who's visiting us overseas for a seminar, and you sort of like just see the hat or see his shoes and Pikachu walk on the stage, and you don't even necessarily hear his voice, but just, all right, acknowledge he's still there, he's still around, he's successful and living the rest of his life. And that then if you keep having new characters each generation, you will slowly but surely build up this cast of
Well, it's the
big,
same with like
important
Misty
characters.
and Brock as well. They brought
Yeah.
them back for Sun and Moon, and it was some of the best the anime was.
Yes.
Because I
and-
watched all of Sun and Moon because I was like working on my portfolio. I needed something to watch, so I had it on with the English dub. And I remember when they brought on Misty and Brock. They went on a field trip to Kanto, and they were like, "Oh, you're gonna learn about like Pokemon gyms because we don't have them in Alola, and they have Mega Evolutions." So like they showed off Mega Onyx, Mega Steelix, and Mega
yeah.
Gyarados, and the animation was really good and it was really cool.
Mhm. Yeah, and just to be able to have those special characters that you don't break out every time, but every time you break it out, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I also think that like I think based on what I understand, the Sword and Shield anime was like a hard reset for the canon as well. So like technically if Ash comes back from like later on, I think it'll only be like the Sword and Shield and like beyond version of Ash.
Ooh, interesting. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be
'cause they-
surprised if it makes sense that at some point they probably had to do something of a reset because
Yeah, they like redid the whole like, oh, I'm late to come to Professor Oak's. I have to go get like
oh yeah, because
Pokemon.
they had the movies,
Mm-hmm.
which I really enjoyed, except for Pikachu talking that one time.
Yeah, that was weird. That wasn't even part of the Sword and Shield canon either.
Good. That
They redid it, and it was. I mean, dude,
Cool.
I don't know why I'm like this, but like watching Pokemon like makes me cry. I don't know what it is.
Oh no, you need to understand, Bear. I grew up with Pokemon. I was there for Pokemania. I was the target demographic, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I have played every. I'm not the person who's played both versions of every mainline game and completed the Pokedex, but I have played at least one game of every generation since Gen 1. And that I have holes in my Pokemon knowledge that I could not name all of them. Once you get past Gen 5, really, like 6, 7, 8 start to blur together for me a bit. But that for the most part, if you were to do one of those, is this a real or fake Pokemon? I could get that 99% of the time. At the very least, I'm going to remember, oh yeah, I might not remember if that's Gen 6 or 7, but I know that one's real. I've seen that one. And that, especially for the early ones, that was my childhood. So I understand the getting emotional at watching Pokemon.
It's not even like emotional stuff. I like see like Pikachu playing with like 2 other Pokemon, and it's like the cutest little animation ever. And I'm like, I love them so much, and I like want to cry. I really enjoyed. I didn't watch all of the Sword and Shield anime, but I watched a couple episodes, and I really enjoyed the dynamic with only having one travel companion rather than two.
Mm.
Um, I thought that Go was a really interesting character. And I kind of want to go back and watch Sword and Shield actually, but I haven't really found the time to.
Yeah, I watched like the first season or so, or first like 12, 24 episodes of that. I think it was called like Pokemon Journeys, I think it was.
Yeah.
And it, I have a love-hate relationship with Go because in one sense, it was neat to have someone paired with Ash whose goals were so different
Different.
and
Yeah.
unique of just like, hey, there's multiple ways, and we've always been told, you know, there's different ways that you can go about life in the Pokemon world. You can be a Pokemon breeder, and we keep hearing about it. We rarely actually see any details of it. But the idea of, all right, yes, I'm someone who likes to collect Pokemon. I'm not necessarily having them battle, but I can appreciate different Pokemon and want to collect them, if only to learn about them in a more passive, natural way. Versus Ash, who wants to fight. And that was cool. Go's design was good. The only thing I didn't like about Go was his name because you're just making it Pokemon Go. It's a pun, and I don't like that pun.
Yeah,
it was
I don't know.
just a little too on the nose for my taste.
It's also like a name in Japanese too, but like
Yeah, but it's
they probably did that
Yeah.
for pun's sake because
Yeah.
it's Japanese humor is always puns. So
yeah.
I don't know. I
I
I
like
have
Go. The
mixed
biggest complaint I
feelings.
have is the name, and if that's the biggest complaint, he was a very good character.
Yeah, I didn't watch enough of it to like really get a feeling if it was actually good, but I remember watching the first episode of being like, whoever was working on this, the animation specifically, like they definitely were like Pokemon fans.
Oh yeah,
Because there is like the thing about the new
Mhm.
anime is they put in so many little tiny character interactions and stuff like going on while even like the main characters are talking, and then you'll see like Pikachu running around in the background, like
Yeah.
interacting with some random Pokemon, and I love that stuff. I love it. It's so fun.
Mm, and the way they just sort of did the world tour, that yes, they had in Yaller, but there was a good chunk, especially in the earlier parts of Journeys, where they were just going all over the world. That it was, all right, we're in Kanto this week, we're in Sinnoh the week after, and we're gonna go, see these iconic landmarks or gym leaders or areas. That it was a really cool throwback season, basically. And then they
Yeah.
more jumped into the more quote unquote proper exploration of Galar.
Oh, I have to go give Walter his
Yes.
antibiotic really
Please
quickly
do. Yes. Go
because
take care of
it's
the dog.
12 hours. I'll be right back.
See, folks, told you this would happen. We just get talking and we keep going. Thank you to Kraid Cambion and Hanako Assassin for the follows. Really appreciate it. Welcome on in. Yeah, this is basically what happens on VTuber Talk. That Bear mentioned it in passing. She mentioned that we had a pre-interview. One thing I make a point to do with all my guests before having them on the show is to talk with them, usually for at least 30 minutes. Sometimes it goes a bit longer, but the purpose of that is twofold. One, it means we're not having our first ever interaction on air, which is always good for any collab. Highly recommended for anybody who does streaming and collabs. But two, if I were to ask the same question to every guest, I'm not necessarily going to get really engaged, excited responses. At the same time, if I ask guests when they come on the show, hey, what do you want to talk about? That's a big question and it's difficult. So I ask that off the air, and I ask the sort of digging around for like, okay, is this of interest to you? No? Okay, cool, fine. That's a swing and a miss that I didn't take on air. Is this interesting to you? What's something that you don't talk about a lot that you wish you could talk about more, that I do digging that would be clunky, awkward, and time-consuming on the air, off the air? So when I brought up Kill la Kill, that was because she mentioned it to me very specifically in our pre-interview. I had that in my notes. I didn't have a schedule of, okay, this is the moment I'm going to pull out Kill la Kill, but I had sort of in the back of my mind, okay, she mentioned that Kill la Kill and Delicious in Dungeon were two of her favorite shows, that those are meaningful to her. So let's keep an open mind to when might be a good point to weave that into the conversation. And that I am looking at a bunch of things right now that we haven't talked about. I would say that we have touched on 10 to 20% of the topics that we had pulled out from the pre-interview. And sometimes that happens here. And that's good. it means we've gotten so far down the rabbit hole on something that she is super engaged with, and I'm able to be engaged on anything, that we haven't even had to use our notes. But that I have these notes for certain things, or if we end up, sometimes I'll go just down the list because we end up on a very natural conversation from one, and then it sort of hops to the other very logically based on the things we discussed. And sometimes no. But that's how I approach the show as a host, that I make sure to not have a format, because guests are going to be different. And that if I try to prescribe a schedule or a format or the same types of questions, I'm not going to get the same level of engagement and responses from guests. That maybe it works for some, but for others, it could be a total mismatch. And that's not going to be fun for the guests. It's not going to be fun for the viewers. It's not going to be fun for me. So, secret sauce to VTuber Talk is don't have a plan. Don't have a plan. The guest is the plan. The guest is happy. I'm happy. The chat's going to be happy. That's all there is to it. It is actually that simple. And if anything, it makes it more fun for me and better for me because it keeps things fresh on my end. If I had to do the same thing over and over and over for 159 episodes, I'd probably be bored of it by now. My guests keep things fresh for me because I just let them sort of take the reins, and I steward the conversation to an extent, and I add in my commentary as the host because, if it was just them talking nonstop, they can do that on their own channel. I want to be able to contribute and add to things, but this has been your mini seminar on how to run a talk show. The things that I do, I don't want to be secret because I don't think that they need to be, nor should they be. The secret to a good talk show is a happy guest. That's literally it. Make sure that your guest is comfortable. Make sure your guest is having fun. And what's the easiest way to get someone to have fun? Talk about things that they like. Surprise, surprise, people talk more on a talk show when it's things that they like. It's so easy. My job is so easy, folks. I'm a fraud. I don't have to do anything complex. I just know, okay, how do I run a talk show well? Guest, what do you like? They're giving me the answers to the test. It's that easy. It's so easy. But it's so fun. So, yeah, I hope you all are having fun with me, because I'd probably do this even if nobody were in the audience, because, like I said, surprise, surprise, the talk show host likes talking to people, is an extrovert, enjoys these types of stories. I do hope that anybody who tunes in is able to have as much fun as me, certainly do, but at the same time, if I have to choose between the guest having fun and the chat having fun, I'm going to be willing to bet 95% of the time if the guest is happy, the chat's going to be happy, so I'm just going to tend to that. Ta-da! Again, still, I'm very, very, very grateful for anybody who tunes in for any amount of time, whether you've been here since the pre-show, or if you just got rated in, or if you popped in somewhere along the way. For those who might have gotten here in the past couple minutes during me monologuing, Bear is currently tending to her roommate's dog who has kennel cough. They're generally fine, but they just need to take some antibiotics every couple hours, and she is making sure that the dog has those antibiotics, so she will be back momentarily. But, yeah, this is what I do. This is all I do. I do this, and once a year for my anniversary, I do a charity stream that is in January, and then I do certain reward streams. I do actually still have one reward stream from this past January that I need to pay off, but it requires a bit of coordination from others, so it will happen prior to January 2025. I promise that. I do have that time limit, but eventually that'll happen. Other reward streams I played, what was it? Oh gosh, I was getting over it. That was painful. I will do basically anything for charity, folks. Anything that is not going to break TOS. So in January, do be sure to tune in for that we've raised over the past 3 years, $18,500 for Child's Play charity. Hoping to raise even more in January 2025. I see movement from Bear.
Hello, I have outsmarted the beast.
Oh, was this an adventure?
I had to give him 4 pills.
Oh, no.
The first one, I kind of just opened his mouth and put it in, I closed it. That was like the most important one. And I rubbed his neck so he'd swallow. The other one, I had to give him 3 cough suppressant pills, so I shoved them into cheese, and I,
Yep.
like, scattered them around, and then he ate all of them.
Yes.
So
Okay.
he's gonna get very sleepy very soon, which is gonna be good.
At first, I was worried, okay, you gave him the first pill, and then he got smart to it and was like, oh, wait, I didn't like that, and I see
He
3 more
almost
coming.
did. He almost did. Well, because he's weird. He doesn't like to eat food normally. He likes to play with it first. So if you try to give him like cheese, he'll like throw it around a little bit and then he'll eat it. When you're try to make him take a pill, that's kind of hard.
Yeah.
So thankfully I was able to do that.
So interesting that dogs really like cheese. I had dogs growing up, and cheese was something they liked too, and that's not, what you stereotypically think of dogs as liking. That, stereotypically you think, all right, cats like fish. Dogs and cheese is not a thing, but it is a thing.
Yeah, I've been doing this thing. I eat Greek yogurt for breakfast. And I get like a big like tub of it, and then when I run out and there's like some on the sides, I put some of his kibble in it, I shake it up and I put it in the freezer, and I give it to him so he has to like
Ooh.
excavate it, and it's like his little enrichment activity.
Yes,
He
for
loves
dogs,
yogurt.
anything that can be food that requires effort, energy, and time, because that will keep them distracted for however long it takes, and it has to be just difficult enough that they can't do it instantly,
Yeah.
but also continuously rewarding so they don't give up after 30 seconds. And
Yeah,
I think,
he is not I love him. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, that's for sure. So,
what type of dog is it? You sent me a picture of the dog. It looks, chocolate lab? No, 'cause
he's
it
a
looks like it
mix
might be a pit
of
mix in some way.
yeah, he is. He's a mix of a American bulldog, pit bull, and staffy.
Okay.
He's very wide.
Mm,
And he has a very dramatic underbite, so he looks really
Oh.
funny from the side. He's a very silly boy.
Hopefully the silly boy feels better soon.
Yeah, he hasn't been coughing, so that's good.
Yes. Where were we?
Walter.
We were on Pokemon something.
Yeah. Anime.
Anime,
Pokemon
Sword and Shield, different designs. Do you have a favorite Pokemon design? Just not even that it is the most technically impressive or that you think that it has the most thought. Just the one that sparks joy for you.
I love Politoed.
Ooh.
Politoed is so cute.
Is there?
Politoed, Clefable, Togekiss, Gengar. I love them.
What was your first Pokemon game? Was your first?
Diamond.
Okay, so it was Diamond. Right, that's
Mhm.
interesting. Because the ones that you mentioned are mostly Gen 1 and 2.
Togekiss is Gen 4.
Yeah,
I really like.
Kiss is 4, yeah.
I just I don't know. I tend to. It depends. I like a lot of Pokemon. I don't think I have a favorite like out of all of them, but I tend to say Politoed because I just think it's adorable.
Mm,
A little frog. I really like Empoleon. My first Pokemon was a Piplup.
yeah. I had water starters for a very long time, then pivoted to grass for Rowlet, and then I went on a fire starter spree.
I just choose whoever I like the best, usually.
Yeah, that was for me, and for whatever reason, for like the first 4, 5, 6, it was just water down the line, but
Yeah, I think that was actually the same for me, too. They were just the cutest and had the coolest final Evos.
yeah,
I chose...
Mudkip is so freaking
yes,
adorable. Oh my gosh.
I love Mudkip.
Oh my god.
I think I chose Torchic for 3, actually.
Torchic is also very cute.
Yeah, I like Blaziken. It's really fun design. I have like a weird thing. I don't really like the bipedal Pokemon a lot of the time. I find them a little too like.
You're not alone in
human-like.
that. I remember there's actually been an increasing number of people, it feels like, in the last couple of generations in particular, that are usually saying, gosh, I hope this starter remains quadrupedal, and that for some of the ones, what was it, Sprigatito?
Yeah.
That people were upset to see the final evolution be bipedal, and they were like, "No, why does it have to be anthropomorphic? We just want it to be small and cute."
Yeah, my least favorite bipedal Pokemon is Inteleon. I think that design is terrible.
Yes, yeah, that alone actually deterred me from choosing Sobble.
That is actually probably one of the worst Pokemon designs ever made. Like, and I'm very generous when it comes to them.
I loved
like,
Sobble. I really liked Sobble, and it was just Inteleon and knowing, okay, this is what I will have for 70% of the game.
Like, you're trying to make this be like a secret agent, like, lizard,
I get
and
he's
it just
supposed to
looks
be
like a
Bond
lizard.
because it's England and 007, yes, but it was too thin and lanky.
It just looks like a lizard. He looks like Gex.
Yeah. Oh. And now I can't unsee it.
Like, why would you ever choose that when Rillaboom exists?
Yeah, or just poof, there goes the name of the fire one.
Cinderace.
Cinderace.
I hated Cinderace for a bit, and now I actually like them.
Yeah,
I had this very specific picture of Grookey for my profile picture on Discord for like 3 years before I was a streamer. I need to find it because it's one of my favorite images ever, but I don't. Ren, if you're still here, do you have it? Because
pull it up from the archives.
yeah, there's probably a screenshot somewhere. I'll look for it, but we can move on. It's just
Do you have
it
a
was
favorite?
just a very specific kind of smile that I love it.
Apart from Team Rocket, do you have a favorite human character design in Pokemon?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think a lot of the modern gym leaders are incredibly designed. So I can't really pick a favorite, to be honest. I'd have to look at them. I really like the Gen 5 Elite Four. I think they're really fun. Yeah.
Gen 5 is where they
see.
start to blend
Get
together, so I'm having
crazy.
to remind myself.
They're like
yeah.
the crazy looking ones, yeah. I like modernized Brawly, actually, like the new
Yeah.
redesigned one. I really like. I think the gym leaders in Gen 4 are kind of boring. I like Elisa a lot. She's super fun. From Gen 5, the model electric type gym leader.
Yeah.
Marlin is hot. I like from Galar. I remember really liking Melanie and Piers as well. And then I liked all of the designs from Scarlet Violet. I thought all the gym leaders were really
yeah,
cool.
Scarlet Violet's designs were just. I don't even know.
They're just really good, like across the board.
They're very. They're very creative. They're not even consistent in a good way. They
I
went
think
different
that
places.
it's really funny because I don't like a lot of the designs like of the Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet, but the human characters are probably some of the best designs they've put out in a long time.
Larry is inspired. The simplicity of Larry as a character, as a design of just, wow, how have we gone this long without a tired salaryman?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Elite Four from... God, Gen 4's Elite Four is so boring. Yeah, Gen 5 Elite Four, Grimsley and Caitlyn specifically.
Yeah, Grimsley's design is very cool.
I like when he comes back and he's like a tired uncle in like Sun and Moon. He looks like like with a gambling addiction or something.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he comes back in Sun and Moon and he's just like, I'm going to the casino, guys. Like, at least I'm pretty sure that's what he does.
Did you play Legends Arceus?
I tried to.
Oh, did you not like it?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not at all, actually.
Ooh.
I like the character designs a lot.
It's a very different gameplay loop, and I really enjoyed it, but I can also understand why not everyone would, because
I
like
mean,
it's
I'm gonna
very
be
different.
blunt when I say this. I just think it's boring, to be honest. Like, I get what they were like. I get that they're trying to shake up the formula, but like, if the formula is already boring, you have to iterate more than that.
Hmm. I
I don't know. I just think that like at this point in time, like the Pokemon gameplay loop is like incredibly outdated. But that's just like a personal opinion, though.
no that it, and I guess that's sort of what appealed to Legends, for me, to Legends Arceus, because it was so very different. The fact that I didn't necessarily have to engage in battle with everything. The fact that
Yeah,
I was actively trying to avoid battle more often than not, and then battle was sort of the fail scenario.
I
Uh,
guess for me, the appeal point of Pokemon is not the actual gameplay loop. It's like the world building and like what it could be outside of that, if that makes sense.
yeah, that's
And
very fair.
I found that like Legends Arceus was like, we are far enough along in like the games industry to know like what makes a fun game objectively. And
Mm,
like there is nothing outside of catching Pokemon that incentivizes the player to do anything else besides do that, because like they were trying to go for like the whole Breath of the Wild angle, but the one of the big appeal points of Breath of the Wild is like you can go get lost in a corner and forget what you were doing for like 3 hours, because the terrain and the environmental storytelling is so interesting. The terrain and the environment outside of the main hub world in Legends Arceus is like like a flat plane with some like Unity terrain editing. Like there's no interesting landmarks that have been added. There's not enough lore to keep me interested in actually exploring. The only thing that's incentivizing me to explore is catching Pokemon.
I guess I guess that's what it was for me, because for me, and I will say I love Breath of the Wild, and I fully agree with you that Legends Arceus tried to be Breath of the Wild and simply couldn't be, because for all the reasons you mentioned, that
And
Breath of
there's
the
also not
Wild's
enough time. Like Breath of the
landscape,
Wild took like 8 years to
yeah,
develop. Like
and
they don't have
yeah,
that kind of dev
oh,
time.
trust me, the turnaround and development time on the Pokemon series is something that
Insane.
I very much. I won't go on the rant because I think most people agree with the rant at this point, and I can only hope.
I found the image, by the way.
Ooh, I can only hope they actually take their time for Gen 10.
It was the second panel.
Oh my gosh.
It's by Tomata Toro on Tumblr. They like did a bunch of doodles of Grooky. I love them.
One second,
Little
I'm
monkey.
putting this in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to specifically show only the top part first, and then I will show
The bottom
the second
part.
one. Yes.
Yeah, that was my Discord profile picture for like 2-3 years or something.
All right. I'm gonna sort of cover myself up here, but here we go. So there's. Oh, and I just messed up. Oops. Womp,
It's okay. You get to see
yeah,
the
well,
whole
you see
image.
it. Yeah, you see the whole image. This is art,
It's a masterpiece.
and again, this shows good design, because all right, this isn't a silhouette, but with the minimized detail here, all three of these you can still very clearly recognize,
It's-
even if you didn't have the other two.
Yeah,
That if you
I
just
really
showed
like these
me
characters.
one of those three, I could absolutely say, oh, that's Grookey, oh, that's Scorbunny, or oh, that's Sobble. It's incredibly obvious and incredibly iconic.
Make
And
that face
also,
with my
yeah, that
model.
face.
Wait, no, it's too blank-eyed. I can't do it.
I'm just gonna put him over here for now.
I love him. Yeah, I think it's funny. I think a lot of the modern like the trainers have gotten better, while like the other Pokemon designs have effectively gotten kind of worse.
When you get to 1,000, it's just got to be difficult,
I agree,
because you
but
have to
I
go
think,
back
like,
and say, what haven't we done? Or oh,
Yeah.
oops, we're actually we can't have that because it tends too close to this other thing that,
we already did.
yeah,
Or like somebody else did. I don't know. I think that like Galar specifically was really successful with its designs. Besides like the penguin with the ice cube for a head, I think that Pokemon
oh,
is
thank
so
you. Yeah,
lame.
no, I do not like Ice Cube. That was one where at first because I saw it in one of the Is This a Real or Fake Pokemon video
Mhm.
close to the game's release. So I hadn't finished the game yet and hadn't encountered Ice-Q. And I saw it and I said, oh, that's obviously fake. That can't be a real Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then, like, 3 days later while playing the game, I found Ice-Q and was like, oh my god, it's actually real.
Yeah, it's not good. And but I think for me, at least in Scarlet and Violet, there have been more misses than hits.
It's such a difficult thing, I have to imagine, just for designers to have to approach.
Well, Pokemon is very specific with their brand image. So there's certain things I feel like they probably can't explore.
That makes sense.
But yeah, there are a lot of types that are very crowded. Like there was like 1 million fish Pokemon.
Oh,
in
there's
Scarlet
so
and
many
Violet.
water Pokemon.
Like they need to like chill for 2 seconds. Like there's only so many fish we can have, and I don't know anybody who actually uses them on their team either. Like
Yeah, that very few end up being actually viable. One, because you always have a water starter that's going to have sort of
better
baseline solid stats.
Yeah.
Then there's,
Also,
occasionally you
like,
get things like Gyarados.
Gyarados exists. The Milotic is just cool. Like, and that was a fish Pokemon. Like, I don't know anybody who's like, yeah, I'm gonna put like, I don't know, like Basque-Rain or whatever, Basculin on my team. Nobody does that. Unless you did.
No. I agree that you don't see Basculin, you don't see Quillfish.
You don't see the electric water type from Gen 2.
Lantern.
Lantern.
I wish they had done more with Lantern. I wish they'd given it the stats to be successful, because I think an electric water type that, as a typing combination, that's really cool. That's different. And even now, that's relatively rare. I hate it when they've done, I don't know if they've done every iteration possible on type combination, but they're close. But there's obviously ones that are more populated than others. And I forgot the exact stat, but I know
chooses that
nobody
guy.
chooses Sunfisk. But
he looks so dumb. I used to hate him, but I kind of love him now. He looks really stupid.
And that water is, I'm pretty sure, the most populated type. But that within water and then blank for dual typing, some are naturally going to be more common than others. And that electric water, even now, isn't super common. And I hate it when you have a type combination that is not only underrepresented, but then also the ones in this small pool don't have, whether it be the stats or the moves, to be viable and usable. And I don't need everything to be like competitive level viable, but using it, like trying to use Lantern even in just normal gameplay, PvE gameplay.
Yeah, and even then Pokemon is not exactly difficult, so.
Yeah, and that if you're going to make the, like, Dunsparce, there's no point to Dunsparce.
Nobody likes Dunsparce, I'm gonna be honest here.
Then they made the Dunsparce.
But they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, and I think it was a good design choice to not have them exist.
Yeah,
I don't think that it
objectively unfun.
Yes, that was a good design choice, but that also means, you're not going to just have these random things that are used for those specific purposes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot about Pokemon that really needs to be reevaluated in the modern era.
No, that did.
But they don't have to, because it always sells, so it doesn't matter.
It's this interesting tension, because Scarlet and Violet sold over 10 million units in its release weekend. It was the most successful console-exclusive launch ever.
Which is insane, seeing as Tears of the Kingdom came out, and Animal Crossing New Horizons sold like a stupid amount of copies as well.
And that, goodness knows, whenever the next one comes out, it will do probably the same. And that even though Scarlet Violet had the problems that it had, it's that balance of, the cynic in me says they don't have the motivation or just the reason to put in the effort, because they know that Pokemon is such a established franchise, and that not everyone's gonna be vocal about their displeasure, and that
Well, and if you're a kid,
Yeah.
you don't have Twitter.
Yeah.
The Pokemon company doesn't give a shit about what you think.
And so makes me and I know a lot of other folks worry that, all right, are they actually just not going to improve? And they have said, they did say after the release of Scarlet Violet, we are going to start taking more time for releases.
Well, I also think there's
only
like
hope-
horrendous production and crunch issues behind the
Yeah.
scenes as well. Because like you can't make a fully fleshed out 3D game in like 2 years. It's like it's insane
Yeah.
to even ask them to do that.
And-
I am hoping that X and Y remakes will be better than BDSP because BDSP was
It was
like
just nothing. I didn't
that
even
was like
buy
the breaking point for me. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm not buying the next release. Like this was so bad.
Another thing of feeling old that I saw, Heart Gold Soul Silver turned 15 this week.
Bro, that game is incredible.
And like that was amazing. Fire Red Leaf Green, adding the Sevi Islands, that's awesome. And even Omega Alpha or
Yeah, they had a whole thing about
Whatever,
Mega
that- yeah.
Evos.
yeah,
Besides the whole thing with the Battle Frontier, there was still enough end game content that was like fine.
yeah.
I
And,
thought.
and in half defense, Diamond Pearl was outsourced to a third party. And
I have a lot of problems with how BDSP turned out, and it's not just gameplay either.
that the tiny chibis,
No,
Just
the
for-
color design.
really the color design specifically.
Yes, I don't think the chibis look good, don't get me wrong, but I think really what killed that game was they I did like a talk, but I bring this up from time to time. Do you have Photoshop on your computer?
I do
can
not.
do this really quick. I will hold on.
I can
I'm gonna
just
take
add
add
Discord
a black
video
and white
source
filter.
here.
Can
No,
you add a
that-
black and white filter to this image in OBS, or should I do it on Photoshop?
You can do that, or what I can do is if you screen share with me on Discord, I can just put an asset here in OBS to show the screen share of whatever you do on your end.
I don't have to do this. I can just do this in Photoshop. I'll like talk about what I mean. So I'll just send the image over. It takes me 2 seconds. So basically, my main problem with BDSP was not the chibis, even though they're ugly. It was actually the color design, because when you go to art school and you learn about how to paint, okay, they teach you that you need to control your values. And what this means is you don't want to be overusing colors that, when turned into black and white, are pure white and pure black, because there's too much contrast. It's really harsh on the eyes, etc. Let me take this and bring this all the way down. I'm gonna snip this. I'm gonna find the better example of this. But if you take this image and you look at it in black and white, and this is the actual image, you can see in the background things are getting really, really dark where they don't have to be really, really dark. Almost, actually, I feel like this isn't accurately representing how light certain parts of this image is as well. There was this one shot with the rival where like his skin was like effectively white, like fully white in the black and white version. Oh, here it is.
Studio mode, my beloved.
Here is the second. This is a better example. You can see a lot of his like black and white values run very close to each other. Like his skin and hair are the same color, basically. And
So in the meantime, this is the first black and white photo. And
I'm
this
gonna
is
find
the
a-
color version.
yeah, so basically why I think this is so unsuccessful as an art style is there's way too much happening. Like value-wise in this whole image. Like, they need to rein in the amount of contrast that's being used here because everything has this like weird artificial look to it, basically. That's my main problem with the art style. And also the colors are like in the original games, most of the original colors are like within the same scope of like, this is a green hue, this is a blue hue, this is purple, this is pink. Like, they're very like controlled with what colors they're using on the DS version. And it just seems like they're kind of going too wide with like what colors and hues and values they're using in the remake version. I don't know if this makes any sense, but that's my problem with it personally.
No, I see, especially in this second black and white image of the rival, when you talk about their skin of just, I can barely see the contrast between their skin and the hair.
Yeah.
The way that it just sort of blends.
And also, why is there like patches of like almost black in the environment as well? In the original game, if you take if I took a screenshot and I put it into black and white, the darkest parts that you're seeing are literally like they're only reserved for the outlines of sprites. Because that's where you want the player to be looking.
That's where you want the contrast.
Yes. And it feels very haphazard in the remake with what they're doing with their values. And I think that's why generally the style is very unappealing.
Hmm. Pulling up the...
Outside of the original complaints about the chibi style.
And it's pity because I know that from a actual difficulty and battle standpoint, that the team composition in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl is some of the best the series has ever had. That Cynthia's team is like competitive viability. That it's
hated that.
Those Nuzlockes are difficult. And it's interesting that it seems like such a tension in design. That is to say, space tension, that there's tension in the design of having this very chibi, welcoming, childish art style, and then actually having, in the late game, the greatest complexity.
See, for me, that wasn't the problem. It was actually the fact that the rest of the game was baby piss easy. And then, like, Cynthia just, like, comes in with a steel chair and breaks your back.
Yeah.
Like, the difficulty spike between, like, the base game and Cynthia is, like, insane. Like, even more so than the original games. Like, I mean, if you really know how to play Pokemon, she's not that hard. She just has a lot of type coverage.
Yeah.
In this game, she has fully EV-trained, competitive, viable Pokemon with items.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a little much. Especially when the rest of the game has been dumbed down as well.
It's strange that if you want to make that from the get-go, sure, fine. And that I'm one that has always said I think that Pokemon should have a difficulty toggle. That, if memory serves, they had it in Black 2, White 2.
They did. I think it just should be harder across the board. I think as a demographic, kids are very undervalued with how smart they can be.
I would agree with that.
And
I don't think it should be as difficult as some people want it to be. I think it should be more difficult than it is.
Oh, yeah. I think that, like, I mean, you and I grew up on the earlier stages of Pokemon. They're not difficult, but, like, when you're a kid and you don't have access to the internet, you can get stuck on stuff, and, like, sometimes you don't understand. And I think that's good. I think you should be getting stuck. It's not fun to just breeze through the game because Lord knows Pokemon's not offering literally anything else besides turn-based combat nowadays.
Yeah, the concept of flow state, of the balance of difficulty along with, I guess, I'm forgetting the terms for the two axes, but basically when you have the balance of difficulty and fun, that you don't want it to be too easy because then people become disengaged. You want it to be too hard because then people get frustrated. You want it to be that balance of, okay, I feel like I accomplished something, and it was either on the first, second, or third try, but I felt like I might not have won if I did it on the first try, or maybe I didn't get it on the first or second try, but as I was able to get it on the third, and it didn't become a chore, it didn't become aggressively frustrating that
Yeah.
you see a very clear break from that design in Souls-likes, but that's their point. And that's the appeal, that for folks, if you want to just sort of run into a brick wall and figure out how to break through it, that's the game, that's the genre for you, and
Mhm.
they are upfront about that.
But
That's
there's a
how it
reason
is.
why they're kind of like sectioned off into their own genre too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
And
I find it insulting that people think that kids are not smart enough to figure that stuff out. I really feel for them because it's like I don't think they understand what they're missing out on, you know?
yeah, yeah, and that eh, I worry there's not enough in that middle space. That we have Dark Souls, we have Souls-likes, and we have things like Pokemon, and I don't think there are many that hit the sweet spot. If anything, I think a series that does it pretty well and is very successful because of it is Legends of Zelda, which, appropriate enough, we have BGM playing from right now, and that actually there was a mention from Mondo in the chat asking if you have an opinion on the recent toy style that Zelda has used, because they've gone pseudo-chibi, a la what BDSP did, but I feel like it has executed better, or at least been received
Yeah,
better.
yep. It's an art direction thing. It's a lot more decisive than the BDSP style, and that's why it works. There is clear intent behind the decisions of the color, the shape, the theming, whatever, and it works. They've pulled it off because everything is cohesive. But when you have a style like BDSP where it just feels like there really isn't an intent behind it, that's where it fails, I think.
Mm. And it's interesting because each of the games that the styles were initially placed on were remakes. That the first time you see the toy style in Legend of Zelda is for Link's Awakening, which they did it because it was similar to the sprites that you had on the Game Boy. And
Yep.
that's what they were attempting to do with BDSP as well, that they were the explanation for the style was this is what you would see if you were playing on the DS, and that it is harkening back to the original release. But that it's so subtle but so stark, the difference of the two styles and how they were received and how they were implemented.
Yeah, I it's frustrating because I feel like Pokemon, especially Gen 4, I know that Platinum sold incredibly well as well. So it was just like really frustrating to see them fumble the bag that hard, you know?
Yeah, and but I would have bought, though, that I had bought all the previous remakes because, like we were talking about earlier, they had more content, they had something going for them.
Well, even Gen
that-
3 was like an entire, like, I don't really feel like it's fair to complain about the content. Like, the Gen 3 remakes literally had an entire style change.
Yeah,
Like, like, it brought them in line with, like, modern Pokemon. And it also happened with Gen 2 as well. So I don't think it's, like, unfair to expect BDSP to be the same way.
oh,
Instead,
yeah,
we got
I'm
Legends
agreeing.
Arceus, but
But I don't think you can
I-
compare that because since BDSP was outsourced and Arceus was in-house, that I don't think that shortcomings of Arceus can be explained by BDSP because they weren't being done by the same
No.
team.
no, and I also don't think I don't even think the shortcomings of BDSP should be explained by the fact it's outsourced, because like if you wanted to play it safe, you literally have an eyedropper tool on your PC. Like, obviously, I don't know the inner workings of like the studio. I don't want to assume anything, but like at the same time, you had a game that Pokemon fans already adored, right? Why
Yeah.
would you deviate that far off if you were gonna play it safe anyway?
Yeah, that they could
Like,
have
why?
done.
Also, my biggest complaint, also outside of art style, why would you add diagonal running in a grid-based game?
Yes.
Like, that literally broke like so many things. Like, I glitched through the map at one point because of that.
Whoa.
Like, if you're not gonna change the level design, don't add a different traversal tool.
Yeah, don't.
That's how you break stuff.
Mm,
It's so frustrating. They fucked up everything they possibly could have. It's so frustrating.
And
And I say
part of
this
me
'cause I
thinks
love
that's why
Pokemon
we've
too.
seen so little movement on the Black-White remakes, because I think that whatever they may have had in flight, they scrapped. I
Well,
think
Black
they
and White is probably, in my opinion, objectively the best the Pokemon series has ever been.
a large number of people agree with you on that. I
Yeah.
certainly think it's certainly the deepest the story has ever been, no question.
I also think on a gameplay perspective too, and visually, they really pushed what the
Yeah.
DS could do.
The only
And
thing that I really remember disliking about Gen 5, and it's such a small thing, it's so easy to fix. And I know I'm not alone in this. That was when we had the slow health bars.
I thought they changed them after Platinum. They like fixed them in Platinum.
Was that Gen 4? Maybe I'm messing this up.
Yeah,
some
it was.
reason I
It
thought
was
that it was
Platinum. Platinum was when they fixed it. Diamond and Pearl had the slow health bars.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I remember when freaking Gen 5 came out and everybody's like, this is the worst Pokemon ever. All the
People
Pokemon
just
designs are
didn't
so
appreciate
bad.
it.
And I'm like, you guys are so dumb. You're so wrong.
Yeah,
You don't. At this point, it's so funny looking back 'cause it's like, oh, you don't even know what was coming for you.
It's incredible how those games have aged. That you see certain
Yeah.
that Gen 2, at least the originals, that most people will say original Gold, Silver. They talk about the level curve and the difficulty curve, and how the game has such a limited selection of Pokemon and types, in particular in a couple different ones, but that in its day, when it was first released, Gold and Silver was just like, it was peak design. It was so good. And that
Yeah.
over time, as things get analyzed, you realize, oh yeah, there were these cracks and these
And
different
also like
things.
Gen 1 with like the weird stat system that like
Oh, yeah.
broke things
Yeah.
as well.
And the pretty drastic oversight of the psychic type being completely unchecked, because you
Yep.
had one ghost type family that was given a secondary typing that made them weak to psychic, and also there was only 2 ghost type moves, one of which had base 20 power, the
Yeah.
other which was locked exactly to their level. Bug type moves which were capped out at like, again, 20 something or whatnot power that
And there was
basically
like
nothing
what,
had.
like 2 or 3 bug types. Like it was like Beedrill, Butterfree, and like
yeah.
Scyther, and that
the-
was like it.
When you go back and look at Gen 1 from a design standpoint, it was actually bad.
It was ass. It was so bad.
it
There
was
were so many things that
actually
were
bad.
broken. But also
but
like
it
I
had
think
so much else that made up for it that nobody, at least in that
the
moment,
time.
nobody
Well,
realized or cared.
I also think that you have nowadays, at least, games are very much a different experience because we have the internet.
Yeah.
Back then, you can't look up you couldn't look like a walkthrough or anything. You just had to
Yeah.
figure it out on your own.
Yeah, and you don't
And that
know really what are the
fundamentally-
base stats of this Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. That fundamentally, like, people didn't do that math. There was no database
No.
for it. Like, there's like it's a fundamentally different way of interacting with video games.
Yeah.
And I think that like certain games experiences are either improved by the internet or very much not like made worse by the
Yeah.
internet.
Yeah, and that it's a double-edged sword for Pokemon, because in the age of the internet, you don't need to find a friend and have the link cable and make time and make sure that you hit A at the same time so you can
Mhm.
do your battles against each other. You can just go online and you can find a match instantly, or you can connect with your friend across the world and have it be very easy and not a problem. And for that purpose, the internet is amazing for Pokemon. It's great in that, from a competitive standpoint, that people are pushed to be more creative and smarter in the way they battle, that you can't just mash A.
Yeah.
But from a discovery standpoint, you
It
have the
takes all
choice.
of
Do
the
you want to
exploration
avoid
out of it.
Yeah, like I mentioned, similar with anime, I do my best to just go full blackout on any Pokemon information that I will naturally see a couple of the designs be announced online. Okay, I'm fine with knowing what I'm fine knowing a subset of what I will find in this region. I don't know where I'm going to find it. I don't know when I'm going to find them. I don't know their moves, their stats. And that when a game releases, the only thing that I will look up is the exclusives list. Because, like I said, I'm not the type that's going to buy both games. I'm going to buy one, and I will usually decide just based on the exclusives list. More so than the actual legendary, usually, of what do I want my one game to be. But that I'm not going to look up stats, I'm not going to look up move lists, and that unless I hit, and this has become increasingly difficult in more recent gens, if I can tell, okay, I don't know how to evolve this Pokemon, but I know it evolves, because I'm glad that they no longer have every Pokemon simply evolve by level. But gosh darn it, some of these evolution requirements are entirely asinine.
Go stand in a field and level up twice. Okay.
Or when it is
at night.
When it is night, inflict at least this much damage on this route.
Yeah.
What?
And it's like, how are you supposed to know that without Googling it? You know what I mean? Like, it's also like games like World of Warcraft, for example. They're so much better because there's the internet. There's like a database you can go and like look stuff up in. Like, when I played Breath of the Wild for the first time, I actually didn't look anything up. And my experience of the game was greatly improved.
That what I did for Breath of the Wild, I didn't look up a guide until I had explored every inch of the map on my own and gone back a second time to try and find as many shrines as I could. And there was some 15 shrines that for whatever reason I just couldn't find. And I looked up just on the map where the shrines were. I didn't look how to get there, how to unlock them, how to reveal them. Just, okay, I know I need to go to this point in the map to get there, to do the thing. And I may have looked up a solution to one of the shrines. I remember there was like a flipper puzzle where you had to like hit a thing very particularly, and after 30 minutes I was just like, okay, I have given this the good faith effort.
Yeah.
And there's some strategy or some small tech that I'm not using. I concede this one point. But otherwise, I very much like you want to go into a game as ignorant as possible and have the joy of discovery for myself.
I also think that like if I'm streaming a game, sometimes it greatly changes my experience of it as well. Because like I don't want to like, you know, sometimes when you're a female streamer, people feel like they can backseat you more than they actually should be. And sometimes I have things like spoiled for me, or like, oh my god, why are you doing it this way? So I feel like I have to like actually know what I'm doing before I even play the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that, or you have to just turn off chat.
Yeah, which I don't want to do that.
But you can't do that either, because you also need to keep an eye on it and make sure nobody's causing trouble.
Yeah, and then if it were me, like most of my content revolves around chat interaction, so like it would be a disservice to my viewership, to be honest.
Yeah. And I know that there's a number of people that save certain games to just be their off-stream games because they don't want to have to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had bad experiences, but like...
But it changes the experience.
Yeah, and it's also low-key, though. It's kind of funny because, like, there are a lot of things I would have Googled, but sometimes I'm like, hey, chat, how do I do this? And then they're like,
all right,
yeah,
I'm throwing in the towel, yep. There is that bit of convenience that if you have a good chat that knows to not spoil or backseat until asked for.
Yeah. My chat is like that most of the time. It's always like the tourists who come in are like, why are you doing this? I'm like, I was playing, for example, this was before I was a VTuber, but I was playing Final Fantasy VII for the first time, like the original game. And have you played the game before?
I have not actually. I didn't grow up with the PlayStation 1.
I didn't either, so that's why I like played it. But so that game is not difficult. Like by JRPG standards, it is really easy, and I'm pretty sure it's considered to be one of the easier Final Fantasies. And I was not having any trouble at all, even brute forcing some mechanics. And there's this guy, he came in, he was like, why are you not, I think he was like, why are you not materia scumming or something? And he was like trying to make me do this like extra thing. And I was like, I'm like literally not even like struggling. Why would I change the way that I'm playing just to make it more optimal? Like it makes no sense because the game's not even hard.
Yeah.
So like, why would I go through that extra effort if I don't have to? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, like I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not struggling. So why does it matter? Especially since it's a JRPG, like who gives a shit?
Take them behind the chemical shed. No, we take them behind the paint shed.
I draw them pregnant.
That was such an incredible thing to see in the past couple weeks of just, you know, I'm an artist and I can draw you pregnant.
Yeah.
Just that realization, oh wow, yeah, they do have that thread over all of us, don't they? Oh my.
Yep. Yeah, but thankfully, I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, and there hasn't been really any backseating unless I ask for it. Like, I asked, like, hey, chat, is this boss, like,
am I about
like
to,
resistant to stuff?
Yeah, am I about to have a really bad time or just a bad time?
Or, like, I'm fucking lost, where do I go? Like, you know? The game attracts it like flies. I think my chat does a very good job of vibe checking people, and I put my foot down really quickly a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've been doing this long enough to where I can get like a soul read on people based on the way that they interact.
First chat, can I ask a question?
Yeah, and I'm like, question these nuts, dude. Like, no, so weird.
Is there a game that you played on stream that you think was significantly improved by playing it on stream?
Elden Ring for sure. Because I sometimes that game is just hilarious. And I like it when people are able to laugh at my misfortune sometimes, because that is definitely a game where I think it's appropriate to laugh at my misfortune.
Souls-like games are such great stream games because there's different ways to approach it. That you have the people who are going to like really try hard and try to, all right, I'm gonna try and beat this boss without taking any damage, or I'm going to be doing an armorless run with only basic weapons, and that they are just zen-like. They can go through that game and it doesn't matter how many times I was just like, okay, now let's run it back, chat, or oh man, oh that was, I totally messed that up. Then you have folks who lean into the rage and they're not actually losing their minds with anger, but they can play it up for laughs and they're really good at it. And then you have folks who are just like, okay, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Let's have a fun time. There's so many different approaches to it.
Yeah, and I think that like Elden Ring is like open world enough to where you can do some stupid shit and like it's really entertaining. Like I tried to sneak past, have you played the DLC?
I have not. I have only ever done 3 game streams on this channel. They were all for charity rewards. One of them was Elden Ring, and I played for a full 4.5 hours. I didn't want it to be a short one, but Souls-like games aren't really my style, and I don't think I've played it since. But it is still installed on my computer.
So I assume you don't mind like minor spoilers for the Elden Ring DLC. Okay, so there's like an enemy that like he can hear you, and if he sees you, he runs up to you and he basically sucks all the life out of your body and insta-kills you. And he's really hard. He's hard to get past. So there's an item that basically turns you into like a prop in the level. And I was like, what if I try to sneak by him with my prop, like prop hunt? And I got most of the way there. I got around a corner and then he aggroed on me.
Oh.
And so that was like really funny because my chat for like a good like 30 seconds was like, oh my god, clip this, put this on Reddit, like this is incredible. And then I just immediately get my ass kicked. It was
yeah, just the thrill of okay, wait, we all know she's actually not supposed to be able to do that, but how's she doing it? That's so cool.
Yeah. And then I die. It was like such an almost moment. I think also another good one, my chat really likes it when I stream Peggle. Peggle and also Wizard 101.
Wizard 101. I feel like we're going, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Long time.
It's still active. It's still
It
a
is.
game.
It is. Toontown is still active.
Well, Toontown is not officially active, but Wizard 101 is officially active.
Oh.
So Wizard 101 is just like my, like, you know how some streamers like have Minecraft streams and it's like their like chatting stream?
Yeah.
Wizard 101 is that.
Hmm. Did you play that a lot growing up, or was it one that you discovered as a streamer?
Minecraft or Wizard 101?
Well, both.
Wizard 101 I played as a kid for like 20 levels, was a dumbass, and well, and also, okay, so my parents, like, I don't know if, like, I feel like we grew up in like generally the same time period, so like you probably understand where I'm coming from with this. Like, my parents were like allergic to putting their credit card information online until like Amazon existed, basically.
Hmm.
So like they never wanted me to like pay a monthly subscription for a game. I would always have to like go and get a game card if I wanted to play a game like that. And Wizard 101 was subscription based. So I got 1 month of sub, and then I stopped the second world because the second world in Wizard 101 is like 10 hours. It was a grind. So I decided one day to play Wizard 101 as a meme because I'm a witch. And like my old PC couldn't really handle a lot of games. So I was like, oh, Wizard 101's probably a good game to play as like a funny joke. Turns out a lot of my community actually plays that game.
Huh.
And people really enjoy when I stream that game for some reason.
It has been interesting just as a third-party observer, as someone who never actually played Wizard 101, but was aware of it. I remember seeing the commercials on TV, realizing that somehow, some way, this game has survived 15 years or whatever it's been.
I know. It's kind of
It's
insane.
so impressive.
I think it's because there's like gacha in it now. Like that's why it survived.
And, well, you gotta keep the lights on somehow.
And the core audience is like my age. So like we have adult money now. They act like it's still for kids. I don't know who they're trying to fool,
that it's now a nostalgia game.
Yep, absolutely. And then Minecraft, I was a Minecraft kid. Like, grew up with like the Minecraft Hunger Games YouTube era of stuff.
I remember playing Minecraft Creative in browser, where
oh my god,
you opened a menu with some 30-odd colored blocks, and you could just build and dig. There were no weapons, there was no crafting, there were no animals, there were no creepers. And I played that for a couple months, had some great times with friends. We made some really creative, fun things, and it was just a fun little sandbox. And it was 2 or so months before the proper game came out that I sort of felt like I had run my course with it. And, you know, I heard the actual one came out and was like, oh, that's neat. That's cool. I'll pass on it. I kind of got what I wanted from the game. They added these things called creepers and crafting. That sounds neat. I'm sure it'll be a fun game for those who play it. I certainly did not expect it to become the cultural phenomenon that it did. So, it is this weird combination of I'm the hipster who was there before it was cool, but I also completely missed the boat.
Yeah, I started
to this day,
like,
I don't know how to
as,
actually use crafting.
Like right on the cusp. Like right on the cusp of the explosion. You know what I mean? Like right before they added hunger. That was like when I started playing. So I was like,
so you were starting
young.
Just as I stopped, basically.
Yeah. And I have such nostalgia for that era of like playing that game. Cause like being on a Minecraft server in 2012, 2013 is a feeling that you cannot replicate. Like it is so different to what it is now. And I remember trying to make Minecraft servers with my friends, and we couldn't figure out how to port forward.
Yep.
And now that Minecraft like it like exploded in like 2013 through like 2015, kind of fell off 2016, 2017, 2018, and then like it had a re-explosion over the pandemic. Yep. And now when I go play it, I feel like a boomer because they've added so much stuff since I was like really like into the game.
Yeah.
I've never
faced the Ender Dragon.
Yeah.
I'm
Even like the PvP mechanics changed as well. So
I'm just the type that if I go on a server, tell me what you want to have mined. I'm quite content to just chat and dig my way into a hole and bring some weapons and fight off whatever skeletons and spiders I find and just get lost and have the casual stimming of, oh, I found diamonds. Oh, I found coal, and just collect stuff until my pockets are full and then return to the surface and go back down again.
mhm.
And then I say to my friend, here's all this stuff I found. I don't know how to build with it. You have fun. I'm go back to my digging.
Yeah, I miss it. I miss being unemployed and not in school, and it being summer as a kid. I wake up and I get on Skype with my friends. I play Minecraft all day. I miss that so much.
Skype. Good old Skype.
Yeah, I do like Discord better. That's for
Discord
sure.
so much. The introduction of servers is such a game changer.
I'm so glad that Discord came out I started using Discord when at the age I did. I think growing up with Discord would have been horrible.
Yeah. So from the conversations we had, I gather that I'm probably 5 years older than you or so.
Yeah,
Like,
I'd
not
say
significantly so, but just a handful enough. But because of all the things we're talking about, and we're talking about how quickly things change.
Mhm.
And so that Discord became a really big thing when I was like freshman, sophomore college. And that I've had an account since then. And I remember, it used to be, all right, you were in like 2 or 3 servers, just, with your friends and whatnot. And that community servers weren't really a big thing. Or that
No,
if
they were
were
not.
Or if they were, it was like very generic interest base of, there might be a Pokemon server that you found for folks to trade with or something, that it became the new forums, really. And that now it's I do actually like what Discord has become, and that there had been a time where I heard rumblings of Discord trying to get into the proper streaming game. It was like,
Yeah, back when like the whole like conversation about like people moving to YouTube happened.
yeah, and that even now, I still think that because of the network effect, and basically this is a concept that says the value of a product is directly proportional or relative to the number of people using it. It's the reason why it doesn't matter if Blue Sky or Threads or whatever have you platform is objectively better than Twitter in every way, shape, and form. The fact that everyone's on Twitter is why everyone will stay on Twitter, and that it will not die unless it is a slow death. And even then,
that's
it will
exactly
be very
what
difficult.
I keep telling people is like, they're like, oh, why haven't you moved to Blue Sky? I'm like, until the general population moves to Blue Sky, I'm not leaving Twitter.
But it's a game of chicken in that sense, because everyone else is saying I'm not going to move until everyone else moves, so nobody moves.
Yeah, well, I think I'm talking mainly about like the normal people, not the streamer people, because like at the end of the day, like I think VTubers have this problem of where they over cater to their peers with their social media strategy, and they don't actually cater enough to viewers, at least smaller VTubers. So like I try to keep in mind the viewer, and most viewers are normal, and they're not like terminally online as streamers are. So I try to put myself in their shoes, and I'm like, okay, if I was like a normal person, would I really want to move to Blue Sky? Probably not.
And
that's
the same
why
concept applies to World of Warcraft. That part of why all of these supposed WoW killers never really took hold is because, well, everyone's playing World of Warcraft, and I have my level 85 Death Knight in World of Warcraft, and this is where all my friends are, and I don't want to have to reset everything on my progress, and we don't want to all move over there, or, okay, if only half the guild's going to move, well, then none of the guild's going to move.
Yep.
And it's the same thing there, and
I also think that from a streamer perspective as well, like you have better reach when you're catering to the general like layperson, like not other streamers as well.
But I think this exact reason is why Discord is uniquely positioned to do something that basically no other platform can do. That the only way to beat the network effect is to obtain that level of network effect in a different market or as a different product, which Discord has right now. Discord is the de facto messaging platform for people in this space. And it doesn't matter if it's VTuber or just broader streaming content creation, that
Or
for
even just
people,
gaming
yeah,
as
for
well.
anything in this much broader space, Discord is the thing. Nobody uses Skype. Nobody's
No.
using Slack or Teams or whatever. That's for businesses. Everyone's on Discord. So you don't have the hurdle of the network effect like Blue Sky does. If Discord tomorrow were to say, okay, you now have the ability to stream, whether it's native on the Discord app or now discord.com/ or discord.tv. There is now a fully functional, basically carbon copy of the Twitch interface that you can click go live with, and that all of the people who are in your Discord server, who you can ping them all on that, and that they can tune in from Discord or from the website, whether it be desktop or mobile.
Or even like how they have like browsable community servers. They already have that ability to push content towards you as well.
The fact that everyone is already registered, already on the platform, already used to checking it daily.
Even hourly, if you're like me.
That's the only way to actually overcome the network effect, in my opinion. That obviously this is a big ask. I'm not saying that, why isn't Discord just standing up a Twitch interface? It's very difficult. That's a lot of server power and money.
Yeah, it's also, the only reason Twitch is still standing is Amazon servers. It's so expensive. Yeah, running a streaming platform is really expensive, and that's why, Kick likes to say that they're they're supposed to be competing directly with Twitch, but they're paying Amazon for their streaming. So I don't think they're really competing, to be honest with you, because the amount of data that you need to send and receive is so much to be able to post all this stuff.
The fact that streamers aren't charged, that the little guy isn't charged.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the share that they give to creators is as much as it should be. And that I'm very glad we're now mostly past the 50-50 days, because I think that was unreasonable. I'm glad they have Partner Plus. I think they should just I think it should be baseline 60-40 and then Partner Plus up from there. But that the fact that it doesn't cost the little guy to stream, or that, that even the high-end content creators don't have to pay to stream to use the amount of bandwidth that are used, and especially considering the percentage of users that aren't monetized on the platform, it is kind of staggering.
There's so many zero viewer streamers that are streaming from their PS5 or something, just in there for no reason,
and it's just eating up bandwidth.
Yep. I feel like people, especially smaller streamers, or even streamers, I mean, I'm a smaller streamer, but I know that there are some people who would consider me to be a mid-sized streamer. I'm a small streamer by the platform standards, but even then, if you're above 30 average, you're top 0.1% or something.
Yeah, if you're above 10,
Twitch.
You're in the top 10%, I think.
I'll check Twitch tracker. I think I'm 0.5%.
Yeah, that it's
0.91%. So I'm part of the 1%, basically. So, I'm 30 average viewers usually. That's really tiny compared to some of the biggest streamers on this platform. But I think people don't understand how many people are actually streaming to 0 viewers.
Yeah, there's so many people.
Yeah.
Just 0, 1, 2 viewers. It's
yeah.
a lot. And that Twitch has to pay for each of those.
And they're not even making that much money off of me either.
No.
So
it's very top heavy, the model.
It's interesting. I don't want to vouch for more ads, but I think they need to integrate more monetization that can be split with the streamer as well, because sub money is not enough, I
No,
think.
that ads make sense. I think they've crossed the line of reasonability with ads. I think there was a couple months where I think they were at a happy medium, and as businesses want to do that, basic business sense is, okay, we see thing being successful, let us continue to do thing that is successful until we see it be not successful, and then we scale back. That's science. That's
Yeah.
that's the learning process. I'm not going to fault them for having gone past the line of what is practical and reasonable. It is going to be the question of, all right, how do they iterate, and do they iterate?
Yeah, I think also I haven't used the mobile app or I don't really use it, but I used it the other day and I was like actually kind of happy with how they integrated ads into like the picture mode that like didn't interrupt the stream. But I think running like 3 minutes of ads without being able to pause the stream is
Yeah,
crazy.
Give me more banner ads. I'm fine. Like, you throw banner ads on at the bottom of the screen, or because they have things
Yeah,
where
I
it'll
don't
like
care.
compress it a little bit, and so it's not going to actually cover up anything on the screen. But yeah, so there's an ad now, and that I can look away from it. It's not interrupting my
Or
content.
even allow streamers to opt into like a ad overlay
Yeah,
for their channel and like customize where they put the ads as well.
yeah, and that you can offer scaling benefits depending on the size, and say, okay, if you do this small 50 by 50 pixel thing, you're going to get this much per hour. If it's a 300 by 300 pixel, you're going to get 2-3 times as much.
Mm-hmm.
And that you can basically have a tracker of, is this thing active or not, and that they can toggle it on and off, and you track the amount of time that it's up. There's different systems. I think the key of it is just anything that doesn't stop the viewer from watching the stream. That's always going to be the worst experience, and that's where people are going to tune out, and then they lose on the ad stuff.
Yeah, I want them to be like, I don't know. I feel like we need more integrated sponsorship stuff too. Like finding sponsors as a small streamer is like actually impossible. Like, and I don't want to like say that Stream Elements is like not super helpful with that stuff, but like at the same time, I think it's unfair to force a streamer's viewers to participate in something when most normal sponsorships ask you to like do nothing besides promote the product on stream or like
Yeah.
run an ad or like do whatever, you know?
Yeah. It's so interesting in that I'm certainly glad that there are increasing options for people to make this a viable career, a viable way to sustain themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that we are having the difficulties and poor implementation that we are seeing, because to be fair, this is still very, very new.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah.
I'm cautiously optimistic that it's not going to be fast. It's probably going to take another 5-10 years for us to really hit what I think is going to be that proper, happy, practical medium. And that as technology evolves, we're going to continue having things start out good, get pushed too far, and then have to find the happy medium. That's just how things go. But that, it used to be that being a YouTuber, being a streamer, was not something that kids in elementary school would put on that piece of paper that we were talking about,
Yeah.
where you chose way back in the day of, I want to be an artist. That it is now an option. It is now one of the most popular things that
To
kids
be a
want to be
YouTuber.
when they grow up. And the fact that it is even viable at all right now is kind of impressive. So
Yeah. For me
I'm
as
hoping
well,
we'll just
it's
have more options.
really great because like, I don't make a ton of money, but like I can't work a part-time job during art school. It's literally like it's impossible. Like with, scheduling, etc. Like I'm sure if you've ever worked, like I'm sure everybody in this chat's probably worked part-time at some point. Like nowadays, like retail fast food doesn't really respect your time at
No.
all. And I have very limited time. So being able to stream at a weird hour and work on commissions and interact with my community and make enough for a
And
couple
not
grocery runs.
actually hate everything that you're doing every minute that you're doing it.
Yes, it is so helpful. Like my community helped me get a new PC. Like I would not have been able to do that if I didn't stream, right? Like it sucks because I feel like as creators we put forth so much more effort than we're actually being compensated for, but at the same time, if you can really kind of hit a stride and like form a community, then it can be like insanely beneficial to
Hmm.
you.
Yeah, that some of the biggest success cases, not just in VTubing, but in streaming, are folks who simply can't physically, that due to disabilities, aren't able to hold normal, conventional jobs, fell into streaming because, well, they have to do something while they are stuck at home, bedridden. And,
Mhm.
you know, Iron Mouse is the quintessential example of this,
Yeah.
of had it not been for streaming, just her options in life due to her health issues were so severely limited, and
Mhm.
that she was able to find streaming and build a community and have all of the incredible success that she has had. And rewind the clocks 15 years, even 10 years even. I don't know what
Yeah,
happens to Iron
Twitch,
Mouse.
you know, the internet is sometimes a really horrible place, and there's a lot wrong with it, but being a streamer has made me a lot more optimistic about my outlook on people. Like you get idiots a lot,
Oh
but
yeah, there's always.
the golden moments like really shine through a
Yeah.
lot for sure.
Mhm.
It is definitely one of the best decisions I've ever made on accident.
Oh my, you know, I mentioned while you were gone and while you were taking care of the dog that you had not slept much last night. And before we went live, we were like, okay, we don't know how long we're going to go. Maybe, hopefully, we can get to 2 or 3 hours. It's been 4.5 hours, Bear.
Yeah.
Ta da! Oops. I'm not sure,
Yay.
both. But,
Yippee.
yippee! But I do want to let you go take care of the dog and get some rest. But this has been so much fun. And I know that left to
Yeah.
our own devices, we probably could just keep going.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
One of the other things I mentioned while you were gone was I went into a bit of detail regarding my process as a host in the pre-interview and mentioned,
Mm.
I have this list of stuff and we've barely scratched the surface. I think we use like a quarter or less of the things that we've had mentions of Hades. I didn't even get in all the talks about Pokemon. I didn't talk about Mystery Dungeon. Didn't mention Mystery Dungeon.
I know. It's like the best game ever.
I made a specific note to mention Fire Punch. We're gonna have to save that for. I hope to be able to have you on my charity marathon, which I hold every January, and remind me, bring up, shoehorn in, railroad the conversation to Fire Punch, because you mentioned that this is a manga that you really like that I know nothing about, and I wanted to get an education on it. We wound up talking about other stuff.
I'll leave chat with you should read it. If you like Berserk, you should read it. That's my elevator pitch.
I didn't get to creature design, baking. There's so much stuff, but that I think is the indication of things went well. This was so fun. I'm so glad that you were able to make time in your busy schedule with all of the
Thank you.
homework
Thank
that
you
you
so
have to
much.
be here. I have just 2 last questions that I ask all my guests, and the first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? We are now about halfway through September, so still 3.5 months, a good chunk of time to work with, but it's not a lot of time. So whether it be something that's sort of metrics-based, it could be project-based, is there anything you're hoping to accomplish before the end of 2024?
Yes, I'm hoping to get through all of Inktober next month.
We didn't mention Inktober at all! That was on the
Even
notes
with
too!
my crazy schedule, yeah. I'm redoing that. I haven't really publicly announced this, so I guess this is when I'm doing that. I'll make a more formal announcement at a later date. I also want to start getting more in a routine with my YouTube channel. So if, I have covers on there. So if you want to hear me sing pretty okay, it's on there. And then another goal is I'd like to make some progress on getting Twitch partner. I'm sure that's a very generic goal, but I feel like I'm probably in the best spot I've ever have been when it comes to feeling secure in my content. And so I'm okay, I'm ready to actually start trying really hard to grow more. So, and I just want to make sure I'm drawing more on stream, even if I'm, super busy, because I feel like
we
have a
didn't
lot of
even
fun.
talk about Where'd it go? We didn't even talk about the knife. I
Yeah,
had it.
my
It's
prop
right here.
designs.
And you were working on it
Yeah.
earlier in the week and doing some of the rendering. So if you want to see more of this, she has a VOD of her working on this from, it was Monday or Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to ask a whole bunch about prop design and stuff because that's a whole other thing separate from character design. But we'll have to leave that for another day.
Yay. Yeah, thank you so much. I had a ton of fun chatting, and I hope chat enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, and definitely appreciate anybody who's stopped by, whether you were here from the start or got raided in or fell into the stream along the way. And Bear, the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had folks say, being a VTuber lets me get in touch with my inner child, or lets me be someone I can't be in real life, lets me get in touch with part of myself that I can't on a day-to-day basis. Others have said, I'm an entertainer, and my VTuber model is the greatest tool in my arsenal. I don't have a particularly deep emotional connection to it, but it lets me be creative and do things that I couldn't do if I was a face cam streamer. And those are two pretty polar ends of the spectrum, and there's things in between and beyond, and there's no wrong way or right way to be a VTuber. But for you, Bear, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
So, outside of, what it is like for myself, like as a streamer, as a content creator, whatever, I would say that the biggest way that VTubing has actually changed my life has given me some connections that have drastically changed the way that I see the world. People who have become lifelong friends, for sure. I've had probably some of the most positive experiences interacting with this community, even though sometimes it might not seem like it's such a great place, but for me, it's wholly and positively changed my life, whether that was through meeting, other VTubers where I share a very deep personal connection with that have pushed me to be a better person, or like chatters that have like supported me through so much and like for so long as well. Like, to me, being a VTuber is community, and authenticity, even though there's a bit of a curtain behind, there's obviously like a
There's
different person
kayfabe,
behind the model.
but
Yeah, but obviously, like, I do think that kayfabe allows people to be their true selves in a different way.
yeah.
I think a lot of people feel more comfortable to express the not so normal sides of themselves, and even sometimes the more emotional sides, even if it's like, veiled in a certain way of wording things. But to me, I'd say it's community and authenticity, I think. Specifically when it comes to like emotional connection with people and my chat and stuff like that. I don't feel very I don't feel like I have to be perfect, I guess.
I always ask that at the end of the show because it helps sort of put a bow on things, but also, while I never know exactly how someone will answer, the answers always make sense, that there's a certain level of consistency that people have, and that it shows through the conversations that we've had tonight, and that I'm sure the folks here who are regular viewers of yours can see the consistency there. Just, that's part of what makes VTubing so awesome, that different people can get different things from it and can approach it in different ways, and it's so fun for me as a host to be able to welcome different people who have these different approaches and different experiences. And this 4.5 hours just flew by, that I glanced down at like the 2.5 hour mark and I was like, okay, wow, we're still going pretty strong. And then I was like, oh, wow, we're at 4. Huh.
Yeah.
So again, I just cannot thank you enough. This has been so fun. And I do actually
No, thank
have
you.
one last question. And that's, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, that's a great question.
The most difficult question of all, I
see.
dare say. And while she looks around, let me do some last housekeeping. Game sodas and Peps the Third, I'm going to guess, or Peps I, or is it just Pepsi? Thank you both for the follows. Really do appreciate it. And I'm guessing we're not going to raid Jerma, but a good shot. Very good
Thank
shot.
you, Ghost. That's really sweet. Okay, I would like to raid Burner. I'm sure you've talked to Burner.
I have not.
He's in the server that we met, the VV
Oh.
Collab server. He is a dear friend of mine. I'm one of those people that I was talking about that I'm very close to. He actually, I've known him since high school, but we both became streamers and VTubers around the same time. So he recently debuted a new PNG, and he's doing an art stream, and I love him very much. He's the best. Very funny, very talented. He also voice acts. So yeah.
Well, chat, do be sure to let Burner know that Bear sent you. I don't have any emotes of my own, so spam lots of hers or just other global ones.
Twerky emote. Twerky emote.
Yep. How were you able to get away with that one? Didn't Twitch crack down on those, I thought?
I think they reversed it. I named it Dumpy and not Twerk, and I don't think they've cared.
It's a very smooth animation. But again, Bear, thank you so much, and thank you to everybody in chat. Fix Spectacle 2014, thank you so much for the follow. If you are interested in more shows like these, I host these about once a week. I don't have a consistent schedule because I try to schedule around the guest, but if you want to keep up with me, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's just VTuber Talk both places. And if for some absurd reason you're not already following Bear, please be sure to just do that, correct that.
Yes, I'll be live at 4 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. Elden Ring.
And there are also links for her in the channel panels if you are watching live on Twitch and in the YouTube video description. Hi, YouTube. Wow, if you made it to the end of the video, nice job. Well done.
Oh my god, your attention span's insane.
That or they may have just fallen asleep. I'm going to be very nice and not yell right now, and I won't wake them up. I could, but I will not.
You know that game in middle school where you like have to compete who like yells penis the
Yes.
loudest? Wake up, penis!
Oh my gosh. That was not how I expected this show to end with that particular flashback, but here we are. Again, Bear, I cannot thank you enough. Say hello to Burner, everybody. I'm Jay. This is VTuber Talk. She's Bear. This has been a wonderful 4.5 hours. Thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.